Okay, now, so far we have understood what are the strategic considerations for projects. Okay, so let me share my screen now. Now I'm going to show you the relationship between software engineering and project management. Very important. So the whole concept of software engineering is conceptualized in this picture. When you actually look at this picture and introspect it, you can really understand what software engineering is all about. On the top, you have quality systems. We will talk about those quality systems. Then you have project management. We saw what project management is. Then we actually saw some activities which are going to be inside your software engineering. We are going to elaborate those activities later, like requirements, functional specification, design, and so on. And there are a few umbrella activities. You will also understand that what is umbrella activities. But this is basically to give you an idea about what is software engineering. Okay, you will get a clear picture of this particular diagram by the end of this session. Now, what is project management? We know what a project is. Now, what is project management? Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet project requirements. So always understand project management is combination of many management disciplines. Today, project management consists of human resource management, which will basically help you to identify a right kind of resource to your project. Project management consists of time management. Project management consists of quality management. Project management consists of risk management. Project management consists of scope management. Project management also consists of communication management. I don't know what is being followed in Walking Tree, but generally the companies where we work, we also have a clear planning for communication in emails. We plan even our email communication. That is, when we start our project, we plan for even email communications also. See, today the tendency is, if I want to send a mail to somebody, generally I have the option of marking CC. Actually, as per the real project management philosophy, you cannot simply mark CCs like this to each and everyone, whomever you like. So there has to be a kind of a protocol where you need to know which information has to go to whom and who has to be notified. This is called as plan communications. We have a process called plan communications where we even plan the communication. What kind of communication has to be set up? Is it an email communication, or is it an telecom communication, or is it a verbal communication? So when I talk of project management, there are so many other management disciplines involved inside this. I am talking to my customer. Now, what kind of communication I will employ with my customer? Is it email communication, telephonic communication, verbal communication, or direct one-on-one communication? That also will be planned. So we can say that it is an application and integration of project management processes. There are so many processes which are actually involved inside my project management. And the project manager is responsible for accomplishing the project objectives. This though we know, because he's the person who will be responsible for accomplishing the objectives. Now, when you are in a project, you will be in any of these 4 stages. See, after you complete your training program, you will be on any of these 4 stages. So what are the 4 stages of a project? The first stage is starting the project. The second stage is organizing and preparing. The third stage is carrying out the project work. And the last stage is closing the project. Now I'll just put you onto one graph. So you can see that all these stages, starting the project, organizing and preparing, carrying out the work, closing the project, we call them as the different phases of my project. So all these phases and the cost and the staffing level I have put on a graph. Very important diagram. You need to understand this. See, starting the project, you can see when you are just in the start of the project, the cost and the staffing level is very less. So you can see the cost and the staffing level, it is very less. Because only you are involved. Maybe 1 or 2 more of your management people are involved. You are working on a project on a market demand. You just started the project. So when you just are thinking of an idea, you don't have to bring in all the people inside. You don't have to bring software engineers. You don't have to bring test engineers. You don't have to bring database architects. Not required, because you're just floating an idea. We call it as ice breaking. You're just breaking an ice. That's it. Now, once that idea is approved by the management, that approval is given in a document called project charter. Very, very, very important. You will have a project charter for every project you do. Today, after this class, if you have got time, Google and download some templates on project charter. So what is this project charter? Project charter is a document which formally approves a project. So inside the project charter, the approval of the project is given. Now, once the project is approved, then you are going to the next stage called organizing and preparing. Now, when you are organizing and preparing, you have to bring in people from various departments. Why? I have to prepare. I have to plan my project. So I have to plan. Now I have this project with me. My company has given a green signal for this project. Now, if I have to execute this project, I need people. Who is going to supply the people for me? Human resource department. So you have to bring in the HR manager. Now that problem has to be solved using a certain technology. So I need to call people from technology there. I need to call people from testing. I need to call people from design. I need to call people from architecture. So some more people are involved now. So naturally, what is happening now? Slowly your staffing level is increasing. Staffing level means number of people involved. So when the number of people involved is increasing, naturally cost will also increase. Now, once that organizing and preparing is over, you are going to make one plan. You are going to get one plan, and that plan is called as project management plan. So this is the plan which you will be having throughout your project. So don't ever think that project management plan is one document. Project management plan is a combination of many documents. So what and all project management plan will contain? It will contain timing. It will contain time plan. It will contain cost plan. It will contain scope plan. It will contain quality plan. It will contain communications plan. It will contain risk plan. It will contain many other plans. So all these plans put together is called as project management plan. Humongous documentation. And we plan everything meticulously. So what is a project management plan? Project management plan is telling what you are going to do. Say what you are going to do. So when you open a project management plan, I'll come to know what am I going to do. It is like, when you are studying, you'll put a study timetable. So all of you must have done this. Even I have done this when I was doing my engineering. I'll put a study timetable. What's the study timetable? I'll get up at 6 in the morning, study data structures, then do my internal assignment. That's a plan. But plan is always a plan unless and until it is brought into reality. So what is the next step? You have to convert that plan into reality. That is called as carrying out the work. Planning is saying what you are going to do. Carrying out the work is doing what you are saying. So I must have planned that tomorrow morning I'll get up at 6 o'clock and start studying data structures. That's my plan. I get up at 6:15. So I deviated by 15 minutes now. So I didn't do what I said. That's all. It's a deviation. That deviation has to be tracked in my project management plan now. It has to be traced and it has to be adjusted. That is why, project managers will be always working on project management plans. They'll be working on task, adjustment, buffering. Their head is only full of this because projects are temporary. Okay. Assuming that you carry out the work as per the plan. Everything is done. Pakka. Before closing the project, accepted deliverables. What is this accepted deliverables? It is nothing but justification. Warning, I told you. Justification. What is this project management plan? It is objective. And why project charter? Because it's a problem. See how they are all related to each other now. So accepted deliverables means once you have executed the project management plan, or once you have executed as per the project management plan, you are going to get some deliverables. So what are deliverables? Deliverables are nothing but the end result of your project. You cannot say that deliverables, once I get the deliverables, it is pakka. No, somebody has to say that, yes, what you have got is correct. So who has to say here? It has to be said by the customer. He has to accept your deliverable. Only when he accepts your deliverable, then your project is a successful project. Once the deliverables has been accepted or it has been justified, then you close the project. So who and all people are involved here? All the people will be disbanded. Means you will go to bench. If there are no projects, or if there are projects, you will go to a new project. That's all. But you simply cannot close the project just like that. After accepting the deliverables, you have to archive the project documents. Whatever project documents you have made, every document has to be archived. Archived means taking backup. That's all. And there is one very beautiful document which we do at the end of every project, and that document is called LL. It's not learning license. LL stands for lessons learned. Remember, any project you do, it's an experience. You will enjoy this. Every project will teach you a good lesson and a bad lesson. Because every project is a new initiative. It is not a manufacturing process. See, that's why we don't say software manufacturing, we say software engineering. Why we don't say software manufacturing? Because manufacturing is monotonous. I have the same machine, I have the same lathe, I have the same design, I have the same set of workers. I will send the raw material inside. The raw material gets converted into a product and it comes out. It is manufacturing. Do we manufacture softwares? No, we have to engineer it. What is engineering? Every time the requirement changes. Today I do a software, the requirements are different. Tomorrow I develop new software, that requirement is different. So I have to engineer it. So when you are developing a software, you will come out with problems. No doubt about it. You will be stuck with a code. You will be stuck with a logic. You will be stuck with the functionality. You will be stuck with the requirement elicitation. There are so many areas where you get stuck. But you cannot keep quiet. You have to find out a solution to that. You find out a solution, you overcome that problem. You simply don't overcome the problem. You have to document it on how did you overcome it. See, that is very important here, because you have to share that knowledge with somebody else also, That is called lessons learned. And you document these lessons learned. So tomorrow, one more project team is there. They will also do a project. They will get a problem. Now what they do, once they get a problem, they will think, hey, wait, hold on. Last team, they developed a project similar. Let us see if there is any solution to this kind of a problem. So they'll go back and see all the old project documents. If there's already a solution, they'll implement that solution. If there is no solution, they will create a solution and they will update it. Like this, your management experience builds up. Company grows by management. That means the more and more projects you do, the more and more projects you do, the more and more problems you solve, the more and more solutions you get, your experience increases. And over a period of time, 10 years, 15 years, your company can become a matured organization. So we call them as CMM organizations. You must have heard, I think, there are companies like, say, Infosys. We call them as CMM level 5 organization. You know what is CMM level 5? CMM stands for Capability Maturity Management. Capability Maturity Management. See, there's a lot of difference between knowledge and maturity and experience. You pass out of an medical college, you get an MBBS degree. You start your own clinic, work for 15 years. You would have diagnosed hundreds of patients, not hundreds, sorry, thousands of patients. You get that experience. You are better physician. You cannot equate yourself to a person who just passed out cardiology. He comes out to the market and he starts an clinic there. So you can diagnose better than him because you know people better. You know the elements better. You know the diagnosis better. You know the prognosis better. That is maturity. The person who comes now just has a knowledge. So companies get built because of maturity. The more and more projects to do, they get experience and they can handle any kind of projects. So tomorrow, if I am a customer, if I can spend around 250 million, I will directly go to a company, tier 1 company like TCS, Accenture, and say, okay, take this, because I know that they're CMM level 5 company. They have the maturity to handle my problem. Why? Because they have been doing this for the last 25 years. So they have a huge knowledge repository. See, this is called project document archival. You have to do this in your project also. So whenever you identify a problem, get a solution to that particular problem, don't keep it to yourself. Archive it so that people can use it. So this is about, cost and staffing level across your project. Very important. Now, you have to basically understand what is a software, what is the definition of software engineering, what are the characteristics of software engineering, and what is the practitioner's view of software engineering. So we will understand this. Okay. Now, what is a software? We all know what a software is. You can define a software. You all know. You say that, a software is a collection of programs, agreed. But the exact definition of a software is basically a configuration. Know this. There are 3 components involved in a software. 3 components, 3 major components. So what are those major components? One is instruction, second one is data structure, and third one is documents. These are the 3 major components. And you know that any software will have 3 layers. So you will have one user interface layer. We all know this. You have a business layer. and you have a database layer. So database layer is nothing but your data component. User interface layer is your presentation component. Business layer is your actual business component. Now the user, when you develop a product like this, the user whom you are giving access to, you are giving access only to the user interface layer. You are not giving him access to the business layer and the database layer. You know this. You're only giving access to user interface layer. The user is not even aware of the fact where is the business layer and where is the database layer. He is not aware of this. I log into Facebook. I give my username and password. I'm happy with what post I'm receiving. My friends would have shared post with me. I got it. Do I go and check where this post is coming from? From which database it is coming from? How it is coming? I'm not worried. I'm only worried about my UI. That's it. So you have to basically abstract BL and DL from the user. This is only abstraction, nothing else. You have learned object-oriented programming. You know what an abstraction is. Abstraction is hiding certain details from the user, as simple as it is. So now when you look at a software, it basically consists of instructions, data structures, and documentation. So basically now you can say that a software is a combination or a configuration which consists of programs, documents, and data. Documents is what? You write comments, you write external documentation, internal documentation, what comments you put inside the program, they're all becoming documents. Now, what is software engineering? This is very important now. You're all software engineers. So you should know the difference between engineering and manufacturing. So what is engineering now? Why do you call it as engineering? Because you call it engineering because you have disciplined, quantifiable approach to the development, operation, and maintenance of a software. And there is a systematic approach. When you want to develop a software, there's a systematic approach. You cannot just do as and how you like it. So what is that systematic approach? That systematic approach is called as Sdlc. So this systematic approach is called software development lifecycle. And it is a quantifiable approach. What is the meaning of quantifiable approach? See, in software, everything is controlled by metrics. What is metrics? Metrics means measurement. You measure everything, whatever you do. If I write a small program, okay, let me give you an example. I ask you to write a program to generate 10 numbers. You all know how to do this. So you can use a for loop. So I will use a for loop to generate 10 numbers. Or I will use a while loop to generate 10 numbers. Or I will use a do while loop to generate 10 numbers. All are correct. No doubt about it. My ultimate objective is to generate 10 numbers. So I may use a for loop, I may use a while loop, or I may use a do while loop. But the question is quantified. Tell me the performance, in which loop you got the good performance, in which loop I got the less performance. That means the execution time should be less here. That is called as quantification. So it is not just merely writing the code. It is also quantifying what you have written. That also is important in software engineering. You are a programmer, I am a programmer, both are given a same task. The logic what I use may not be the same logic what you use, but both of us get the same output. Your program may be better than my program. The reason is your program is more efficient than my program. The reason is your program consumes less CPU time than mine. So performance matters here. So that performance is called as quantification. So everything is measured. So it is a quantifiable approach to the development, operation, and maintenance of a software. Don't forget about this word maintenance. The moment we think of maintenance, we think in a different angle altogether. So what is software maintenance basically? Software maintenance basically means making changes. That's all. You cannot develop one software and give it to your customer and say, look, my job is done, your job is done, let's wash our hands. No, you have to support him. What is the meaning of support? Tomorrow, suppose some changes happen, some new business rules change. So he'll come running to you and say, look, I want to add a new module. Please add it and give me. So adding that new module is called as maintenance. So that means now engineering not just involves the development of a software, engineering also involves the maintenance of a software and operation of a software, but everything is quantifiable, means everything will be measured, and it has a disciplined approach. What is a disciplined approach? It has a life cycle. So that life cycle is called as software development life cycle. Now you understand what is the meaning of SDLC. So like this, there is a life cycle for electronics project. Like this, there's a life cycle for mechanical project. All electronics engineering will use electronics life cycle. Mechanical engineering will use mechanical life cycles, but they're always working under the banner of project. Don't forget this. So that is how management interrelates with engineering. Always. Management interrelates with engineering. Engineering interrelates with management. They all go hand in hand. Great. So now you understood what is IEEE definition of software engineering. Now coming to this question. Is software engineering art or is it an engineering? It's a combination. As I told you, any software has got three layers. You have a user interface layer, you have a business layer, you have a database layer. Now let me write those three layers for you here. So I have a user interface layer, you have a business layer, you have a database layer. Now this business layer and database layer, I told you, this will be not shown to the user. So you have to ensure that this business layer and database layer is robust. It should not fail. It should be reliable. It should have security. So you have to build it like that. So for that, you require technology. You have to build a very good database. So you need a technology. What technology will you use? You use MySQL. You just told me, you use MySQL, you use SQL Server, you use MongoDB. Now to build a user interface layer, okay, wait, how do you build it? You build it using Bootstrap, you build it using HTML5, CSS, JavaScript. Now, building a good user interface is an art. Because today, customer wants to have a good interface. At the same time, he wants reliability in the software. Both is required. You cannot just give him a good cosmetic look and feel. And that particular software is not engineered properly, means it is failing quite often, then it's not going to help you. Or the software is very good, extremely good, reliable, strong, robust, secured. It doesn't have a good UI design. That also is bad. So today, software engineering involves all the three components: designing of a good UI, designing of a good BL, designing of a good DL. So it's a combination of both art and engineering. So when you say you are a full stack developer, basically what does it mean? You are basically learning all the components which involves in all the three layers of your software. You're engineering, that's what I told you. You're engineering a software, means you have all these full stack development resources to engineer your software. Now you can start thinking, God, I learned this tech. Now you tell me what and all technologies you have been learning in this training program so far. Can you summarize me what technologies you have learned in this training program so far? And tell me which technology falls in which layer. Can you just summarize to me now? What are the technologies you have learned so far? Class?
HTML,
Yes, sir.
CSS, JavaScript,
Angular.
Angular.
So now you tell me, Angular falls in which layer?
UI.
Okay.
First layer.
First layer. JavaScript falls in which layer? Why do you use a JavaScript?
It's also applied for this way.
Dynamically.
Yes.
So user in user interface.
You can use it in user interface also. You can use it for validation, right?
Yes.
Can also use it for database.
Yes. So it can be diversified. It can fall anywhere, right?
Yes.
That is why we call it as full stack development. Why it is called full stack development? Now you tell me, because you need to know technologies which can fall in all the 3 layers. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you understood what software engineering is. Great. So now, having understood that, what is important is, how do you basically get the requirements from the user? Very important. Before that, I have to introduce you to one word. That word is called as stakeholders. We will see what is that stakeholders later, but see, you have quality system on the top, and in the quality system you have ISO, CMMI, Six Sigma. I just told you what a CMM. CMM stands for Capability Maturity Management. So if your company has got some quality process, you have to follow that quality process. You cannot violate it. Now that quality process is defined by ISO, CMMI, and Six Sigma. And Six Sigma is such a beautiful quality process. Like, you have you must have heard of karate black belts. Similarly, you have Six Sigma black belt. What is a Six Sigma black belt? The person who has understood Six Sigma very well, he'll come and implement quality on you. This is how you have to do. And you know what Six Sigma says? Six Sigma says, if you implement Six Sigma in your software, you can only get 0.01% of defects for 1 million opportunities. Very, very important. That means if there are 1 million opportunities for making a defect, Six Sigma will ensure that your defect range is only 0.01%. Amazing. It's just amazing. And you will not believe, this Six Sigma is illustrated by a group of people in India who themselves do not know what Six Sigma is. And that video is viral in YouTube. Have you ever gone through that video on Six Sigma, which is viral in YouTube? There is an organization in India who are implementing Six Sigma, who are not from any management college. They are not from Indian Institute of Management, Indian Institute of Bangalore, IIMs, IITs. No, they are all illiterates, but they are implementing Six Sigma. Do you know who it is?
No, sir.
In Mumbai, there's a concept of dabbawalas. Have you heard? Have you heard?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Who are dabbawalas? Tell me, what do they do?
So they are providing different services to the employees and to the persons who are living in the like PGs like that.
Very good. So they collect the lunch boxes from houses, and they have a unique marking system. I was amazed to see that. Even big consultants, consultants like McKinsey, who are the people who provide inputs to Six Sigma, they came and watched this entire process. They were amazed by the fact that, okay, these people are implementing without even knowing what Six Sigma is, but they're actually implementing Six Sigma. So they have some marking process. They ensure that all these boxes are marked. They have their own convention of marking. I don't know what is that. Then they ensure that the boxes reach the person exactly at the same time, and never, ever boxes gets interchanged. Level of accuracy is 99%. I don't get your lunchbox and you don't get my lunchbox if both are customers to these dabbawalas. And it is not 100 or 200 people. It is thousands of people they are managing this. And they're all
Yes.
group and they're illiterates. Six Sigma. Same concept we bring in software engineering. When you are getting the requirements from the customer, you should not make any errors. Means you have to follow quality. When you are converting the requirements into functionality, you should not make any errors. When you are converting functionality into design, you should not make any errors. When you are converting design into code, you should not make any errors. When you are writing a code, you should not make any errors. When you are testing a code, you should not make any errors. When you are testing, you should not make any errors. When you are implementing, you should not make any errors. When you are making the documentation, you should not make any errors. The process will drive you not to make any errors. If you follow the process, you will not make any errors. If you don't follow the process, you will make errors. So this is like traveling in Mumbai locals. I have personally experienced this. So when I was traveling in a local in Mumbai, I had to travel from Dadar to some place. I don't remember, for a training program. Somebody told me that you take a local and go, because they're going by bus, taxi. It is a time consuming job. My God, I know these trains exactly arrive on time onto the platform. And like how, see, we are all comfortable to Bangalore where, we don't have that amount of rush. But here in Mumbai, when I stand in the platform, you just stand near the platform. They themselves will take you inside the train. That's a process. And when you want to get down, you have to ensure that you are near the door. If you are somewhere there, away from the door, you cannot get down in that station. You will have, the train will go and you have to actually get down in the next station. So the people will push you in, the people will pull you out. You just stand there. That is an illustration you can think of quality. So you just follow the quality. You will do everything right. Just follow the quality. So what is this quality? It is a guideline. That's all. It will tell you, see, look, if you want to do coding, you follow this guideline. So you just blindly follow the guideline. Checklist. You must have heard, before any flight takes off, the captain and the autopilot will have a checklist with them. So they'll start reading the checklist. Sensors on, yes, tick mark. Autopilot off, yes, tick mark. Security doors working, yes. Fuel injection system working, yes. Communication protocols working, yes. So 100 items they will check. Everything has to be checked. Yes, 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 yes. If something is no, they cannot take off. Because if they take off when something is no, gone. You may land in problem. So this checklist is actually a quality process. Similarly, when you do a design, there's a checklist for it. When you do an SRS, software requirement specification, there's a checklist for it. So once you do a software requirement specification document, you take the checklist and see, okay, have the checklist on the right hand, your software requirement specification on the left hand, start verifying whether your SRS is as per the checklist or not. Doing so, you cannot make any errors. Follow the process. And who has given the process? It's not you. People who have tremendous experience in software, they have made the process. Their experience, they're matured. Capability, maturity, model. This is what I was telling you. So they say, okay, you do like this, you will do like this. That's it. It's like, I have a element with me. I have a severe health condition, which I'm not able to get diagnosed. I go and talk to a very senior physician, 45, 50 years experienced physician. He'll immediately say, your problem is very minimal. This is what you have to get it done. That's it. You go to a new doctor who has just come out from the college, go to a well-recognized hospital, they'll put you onto multiple scans. At the same time, you go to an experienced doctor, he'll tell you this problem is so minimal. This is what you have to get it done. That is the difference between experience and knowledge. So this is what software engineering is all about. And this is your quality system. Now, what we have to do is, in a software process, there are 4 activities. Please concentrate here, very important. One is called specification. Second one is called development. Third one is called validation. And the fourth one is called evaluation. You only do this much. When you are working in a software, either you will be in the specification stage, you will be in the development stage, you will be in the validation stage, or you will be in the evaluation stage. These are the 4 activities, 4 processes. Any software you develop in this world, They will have these four processes: specification, development, validation, evolution. So what is specification? Problem. Morning I was telling you, specification means problem. What the system should do. You should know what the system should do. Requirements, what it should do. Objectives. You have to make the objectives very clear. That is what is the meaning of specification. Then development, convert the objectives into reality. Production of the software system. Validation, justification, checking that the software is what the customer wants. Evolution, changing the software in response to the changing demands. Tomorrow, some new changes come, you have to make changes. Though it looks very simple, specification involves many things. Development involves many things. Validation involves many things. Evolution involves many things. And the most important aspect here is specification. As I told you in the morning, if you get this wrong, everything will go for a toss. Because you understood the wrong specification, you are doing a wrong software, you are checking the wrong software, and you will never catch up to the expectation of the customer. So you have to get the specs right. Spend more time on this. That's why I told you in the morning. Now you tell me, where is coding in this? 99% of the time, the projects are successful only when the specs are right. Otherwise, your projects won't be successful. So, every stage here, now you talk of specification stage. Now, this specification stage, every stage here will have certain layers. So, we will talk about these layers now. Now, I have a process called specification. Now, this is my process. Specification. Now, let's say that there is one new bank. For example, one Apex Bank has come up in Agra. They will come to Walking Tree and say, look, I want you to develop an banking application for me, just like how other nationalized banks are there, like State Bank of India, Canara Bank. We are a new bank. We don't have any online banking application. You please develop a banking application for me. So you have got the order. Now this order is a project. What kind of project it is? Customer request. So customer has come and requested you to basically develop a product as an output. What is the output? It's a product, an online banking application. So project charter is done. Your project charter is done. Now you have to go and get the requirements. Specification. The problem here is you don't know anything about banking. You are all BCA students. If you are commerce students, something you will know about banking. What is credit? What is debit? What is ledger? What is daybook? What is cash? What is clearing? These are all the terms in banking. So you are when you go to the bank and ask for the specification, the banker will give you the specification in the banking terms, which you don't understand. It's difficult to understand, and it is quite reasonable because you are not exposed to it. But you cannot say, I don't know. You have to understand, because we know that if the specifications are correct, then only your software will be correct. So this specification, whatever you are understanding from a bank, for example, let's say that you go and first meet the clerk. You will first go and talk to the clerk. He's a clerk sitting in the savings bank department, savings bank account department. You go and introduce to him and say, look, my dear friend, I am from Walking Tree. We have bagged an order for development of online banking application. I have come here to get your requirements from you. What is your expectation? What do you think you require from this application? So then the savings bank clerk will say, thank you so much for coming. Take down, these are my requirements. See, these are all called as ledgers. He will show you. You see this big book, it is called as a ledger. When you open the ledger, you will find one sheet. This is called as a folio. In this folio, account number is mentioned and there are 5 columns here: debit, credit, balance. Credit it what comes in, debit it what goes out.
ये हमने पढ़ा है.
Oh, that's all. Then he said, no, that's not, that doesn't end there. I have to calculate the interest. How do you calculate the interest? I have to calculate the minimum balance between 10th and 30th of every month for 6 months. On that, I have to add a cumulative percentage of 4.5. And this interest should tally in the day book. The day book figure should reflect in the supplementary. The supplementary should reflect in the ledger status. You are dead. You don't understand anything because you don't come from that background.
Yes.
Then how do you do it? What is the method here? You went and interviewed him. He told you 101 things you didn't understand. Okay, that method is not working fine. So you will choose the next method. What is the next method? One method was the interview. You spoke to the SB clerk. He told you something you didn't understand. It did not work out. Then you thought, what can I do? Then you see the quality book. Oh, in the quality book, it says, oh, this is not working right. So next go for job shadowing. There's a process method called job shadowing. What is this job shadowing method? It looks very weird when I say you this. You know what job shadowing is? You will sit beside the SB clerk. You will sit beside him and you will work with him for 25 days. Whatever he does, you will also do the same thing and watch. This is what you do. Okay, you are doing the updation of passbook. Oh, I'll also do. So you will get an idea. Okay, what this clerk is doing. So when you start making your hands dirty, when you start working as a clerk, your requirements become more clear because you are making your hands dirty. No, see, there's a lot of difference between you doing and getting the input. When you do, your inputs become more clear than somebody tells you. That's a method. So understanding the requirement only, you've got so many methods. One method is interviewing, one method is job shadowing. And is there only one SB clerk in the bank? There are so many SB clerks. And you cannot expect one savings bank clerk only to give all the requirements. So in that case, what you will do, you'll make one questionnaire. Whatever questions you will have, you will make one questionnaire. And you will create 10-15 questions which you want to ask, and you'll give them multiple choice answers. And what you will do, you'll create that in a Google form. Now the tool is a Google form. You'll create that Google form and you'll circulate that Google form to all the SB clerks. They will they'll answer everything and give it to you. You will take all those answers and you will come out with the requirements. One process called specification had 3 methods. One method was interview. Second method was job shadowing. Third method was questionnaires. And for that questionnaire, you had a tool called Google Form. See, this is called process layer. So this is only for what? This is only for specification. I'm only talking about specification. Okay, now your requirements are pakka. You got all the requirements. Now what you do? You do development. Now what is development? Production of the software system. Now you got the requirements. Now what is that you're supposed to do? Everything you got. Now how do you develop it? Now you have to think of many things. First, I should think what technology I am going to. Now you will divide the requirements into 3 layers. Okay, this is my UI layer requirement. This is my business layer requirement. This is my database layer requirement. You divide the requirements into 3 layers. Now you know the user interface layer requirement, what SB clerk has told. He wants you to design a window. He wants you to design a login screen. He wants you to design an online application form. He'll also give you some examples of how it has to be done. Now you will start thinking in mind, okay, this is what he wants. Process, design, what method? Which method I will use? Whether you will use a template or whether you use a framework. Are there any frameworks available? Tools, which framework? Either I'll use a Bootstrap framework, or I will use a Django framework, or I'll use a Flask framework. So it is nothing but a method. So development of a software system it will have multiple methods and multiple tools. Then if I want to design a database layer, now you in the interview you would have asked your SB clerk, how many records you will have to save. You will say at an average, it will be around 1,000 records per branch. There are totally 10,000 branches across India. You will calculate, oh, so many records per day. MySQL won't work here. It cannot handle that volume. So then you'll say, then you'll go to the literature of SQL Server. Will SQL Server work? Then you will know, then I'm assuming that it may not work. Then you'll go for Oracle database. Yes, it may work. So the tool is an Oracle database now. See how exactly you got the technology identification of resources. That's what I told you in the morning. Problem, resource. Problem was your specification now. What was your specification? It's nothing but your problem. Based upon problem only, you're telling this resources. These are the resources I require. So quality focus, process, methods, and tools. So you have it for development, validation, and evolution. So what is validation? Checking. You develop the software, you have to check it. What and all checking validations you do? Testing, unit testing, system testing, integration testing, load testing, volume testing, stress testing, smoke testing, regression testing, migration testing. There are different types of testing. All these are different methods. And what and all tools you will use? You will use WinRunner, Load Runner, that you have to decide. So that means these four processes, specification, development, validation, evolution, requires these four layers: quality, focus, process, methods, and tools. So this is a very important thing what you have to understand. So this can be actually, the whole thing can be summarized as software development lifecycle, SDL. This is what I mean by engineering. Now, what is engineering? This is only engineering. This. See, everything you are doing systematically you're doing. That is called as engineering. That's why we don't call it as manufacturing. It's engineering. So now when you talk of a software development life cycle, there are certain stages like requirement specification and all those stuff. We'll talk about this one by one. And there are different types of software development life cycle. You must have studied this in your academic curriculum. So I will not too much stress onto this. You have linear, rapid application development, and agile. Anyway, I'll give you some inputs on that. Under linear, you have got waterfall model and V process. Under rapid application development, you have the incremental model and the spiral model. I will also tell you what is a prototyping model and some agile models. So these things you know, but I'll give you some explanation about what is all this. Before we understand software development life cycle, what is very important here is you need to understand the dependency factor. Very, very important. You're all software engineers. Without knowing the dependencies, you should not attempt to develop a software. We call it as dependency determination. Very, very important. Without dependency determination, you just cannot attempt to write a code. Because dependency determination will tell you what to tackle first and what to tackle next. I'll give you one simple example. See, what is basically dependency determination is very simple. I'll tell you in layman words. You have two tasks. This is task A. This is task B. Simple. These are the two tasks I am supposed to do. I want to find out what is the dependency between these two tasks. So I will say, upon the completion of task A, you can start task B. Only after task A is 100% complete, then only you can start task B. You cannot start task B under the partial completion of task A. Even if task A is 99.99% complete, still you cannot start task B. If task A has to be 100% complete, then only you can start task B. So what is the dependency here? The dependency here is the start of B is totally depending upon the completion of A. The start of B is totally depending upon the completion of A, and this dependency is called hard dependency. Hard, H-A-R-D, hard dependency. So some examples you can think of. Forget about IT. We are constructing a house. What are the various tasks of constructing a house? First, you have to level the plot, whatever you say. The plot will be uneven. You have to bring the bulldozers and you have to level the plot. If the plot is not leveled, otherwise you can construct it. First you have to level the plot. After leveling the plot, that is task A, then you have to make the drawing, that is task B. After making the drawing, you have to dig for the foundation, that is task C. After the foundation is complete, then you have to start constructing the wall, task D. See, all are hard dependent. Can you construct the wall before the foundation is complete? No. Can you do the foundation before marking is complete? No. Can you do the marking before leveling is complete? No. So these are called as hard dependencies. Why I'm telling you this? Because when you get requirements, you need to know how my requirements are dependent on each other. Only after completion of requirement 1, I should start requirement 2. Or can I start requirement 2 even after partial completion of requirement 1? That you have to identify in your project. That is called as dependency determination. This is one example where I have got hard dependency. Now I can have one more dependency, something like this. So I can say task A, I can say task B. See this? You can see overlapping. So once 80% of task A is complete, I can start off with task B. I don't have to wait till full completion of A. So like this, you can think of, for example, when you are doing, say, coding and documentation. Coding is one task, documentation is one task. So when coding is going on, you can also start documentation. So they can go parallelly. So they can go on a soft logic. So dependency determination is an important factor when you are actually using an software development lifecycle. So based upon this dependency determinations, you have various kinds of SDLC. So one SDLC, what you can see now, which you have seen here, I'm showing in the diagram, is called as waterfall model. This you must have studied in your books. Waterfall model. See, hard dependency, linear model. First you do analysis, then you do design, then you do coding, then you do testing. You cannot do design unless and until you have completed requirements gathering. You cannot start coding unless and until you have completed design. You cannot do testing unless and until you have completed coding. Hard dependency. Now see the complexity here. See, when I'm planning for my resources, human resources, I talk to my human resource manager and say, look, I would require 10 software testers for this project. 10 software testers. Then you will say, when do you want them? So here I cannot tell them that I want them at the end, because everything has to be banded in the beginning only. So let us say that my requirements gathering, on my requirements gathering stage, my team has to be finalized. My design engineers, my coding engineers, everybody has to be finalized. So what I do, I tell them that I require on a particular date, MMDDYY. So during the requirements gathering stage, only requirements engineering are working. There is no job for design team. There is no job for coding team. There is no job for testing team. What they will do? Simply they'll be sitting. You cannot say you are sitting simply, I'll not give you salaries. No, will you say like that? You have to give them salaries. That means your financial billing is moving up. So waterfall model is not a right model for software engineering today. The only reason being the resources are wasted. Because there's a dependency. The dependency says you cannot design unless you complete requirements. Apart from that, even more dangerous thing in a waterfall model is, forget about billing. Customer gives you an order. Let's say that I told you, no, for example, State Bank of India comes and gives you an order for online banking. You took the order on a particular date. For example, you took the order on 19th of say May. Today you are executing this. Now you are starting the requirement study. This will take 1 year. Design will take 2 years. Coding will take 1 year. Testing will take 2 years. So 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 1, 4, 4 plus 2, 6 years. So 2021, he gave you the 2022, he gave you the order. 2028, you are giving him the software. 6 years, nothing. SBI has to keep his finger crossed. Oh, they're doing. 2028, one fine day, you go him and say, sir, your software is ready. Your product is ready. I will install it. Then SBI guy will say, hey, fine, 6 years, so many changes happened here. The banking system itself has changed. So customer, I'm just giving you some example. That's all. The scenario is not like this always. But what I'm trying to tell you is, when you are using a waterfall model, customer is not getting anything immediately as an output. Today, we want something immediately. I give something, I want it immediately. It's like a fast food restaurant. You will not wait. The tendency of the people have changed. You don't wait. I have paid for it. You give me something so that I'll start using it. That is why we don't use waterfall model. So what we do? We do something called as rapid application development, RAD, rapid application development. What is that rapid application development? Customer is getting something. Like, you go to a restaurant, you order one starter, you order one main course, you order one sweet, you order one dessert, you order one milkshake. So what he will do, first he will supply something to you so that you're happy, you're happily enjoying and relishing it. By the time you complete it, he'll supply another item. Instead of doing that, he'll make you wait for half an hour, 45 minutes and supply everything at the end. You will not like it. So the second stage is a classical example of a waterfall model. You gave him all the requirements. He made you wait for 45 minutes, 1 hour. He supplied everything at the end. The second case is an example of rapid application development. He took one requirement, he supplied that. By the time you finish that, he would have taken the order for the second. So by the time you are eating the first, he would have prepared the second and he will deliver you the second. By the time you prepare and eat the second, he would have delivered you the third. Rapid application development. So that's called the incremental model. So that means software is being developed in increments. So tackle the savings bank account department first. When the team is developing a savings bank account department, it is just getting implemented. Somebody would have started collecting the requirements of current account. So by the time it completes current account, somebody would have started collecting the requirements of fixed deposits like this. So this model is called as the incremental model. So incremental model goes like this. See, delivery of first increment, delivery of second increment, delivery of third increment, delivery of fourth increment. Again, here you have to see your dependencies. Which department is having dependency on which department? So selection of an Sdlc model is also an engineering process. So you have to basically understand the problem of the customer and then choose, which Sdlc I want to use. If customer is very sensitive, he says, yeah, I want something immediately, then you have to go for incremental model. So 2 models you learned. Now the next model is called a spiral model. I'll not elaborate much, but just know what is this. Always understand any project will undergo a concept called elaboration. We call it as, progressive elaboration. What is progressive elaboration? You will not know the details on the day one. That is there. Nobody can even if Microsoft people from Microsoft company, they go and talk to one Gramina bank to understand the requirements. Microsoft being the top level company, they'll not be able to understand. But as and when you go inside the project, as and when you go deeper and deeper and deeper inside the project, lot of things will be known. First, there will be a lot of unknowns. You will not know many things. So many things will be unknown to you because on the day one, what will you know? It's like day one when you're entering into college. You finished your PUC, you enter into college, you are like strangers. Day one, no unknowns, lot of unknowns. You will not know who is your HOD, you will not know who is your faculty, you will not know the rules, you will not know the regulation. So if you will feel that you are lost. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, lot of unknowns will become knowns. That means the more and more you enter into the project, the more and more things will get visualized. Same thing happens in project. The more you get involved in it, the more requirements you get, So what you can see internally, you can see that this customer communication, this task, what you can see here, it's a very small communication, very small planning. This is day one. Day 2, it becomes little big. Day 3, it is becoming much more big. Day 4, it is becoming much more big like this. This is called a spiral model. So as and when you go deeper and deeper and deeper into the project, more and more requirements gets visualized. You will experience this. This is one kind of a model which is called as a spiral model. Then you have one more model, very good last model, which is called as a prototyping model. You need to understand what is a prototype. A prototype is a demonstration. That's all. Demonstration. I want to buy a flat in Shobha Apartments. That's a popular builder in Bangalore. I go to Shobha Apartments. He will have a model flat there. What is that model flat? Model flat is a prototype. So you see the prototype. When you see the prototype, you'll get a fair idea like, okay, oh, this is a prototype. This is how my flat is going to look like. See, when you are getting the requirements from the customer, you have to make these prototypes. For example, you are talking to a savings bank clerk. The savings bank clerk says, look, my dear friend, I am tired of updating the passbooks manually. I don't want to update manual passbook entries. I want you to design a machine for me for you to update the passbooks automatically. Then you will take that requirement. Oh, you want me to design a machine? You will go back to your office. He wants to design a machine. So you'll make a prototype. So what you will do, you'll draw a diagram. The machine will look like this. Okay, it's going to have a monitor here. It's going to have a slot here where a passbook has to be entered. So there'll be a keypad here where a lot of keys will be there. So this will have a Windows operating system. So State Bank of India logo will be here. So the user has to give his account number. Account number will be given here. Then the passbook will be entered. You enter the passbook in the slot. The entered passbook will come out. This is called as a prototype. You show this prototype to customer. You show him. What the customer will do, he will see this prototype. After seeing this prototype, he says, everything looks good for me. But this logo is there. This logo, instead of here, you put it here. He gives you new requirement. So what you do, you go to your screened prototype design, you change the logo. So what you do, instead of putting the logo here, you put the logo here. That is not your choice. It is his choice. Then you again show him. He says, good, approved. Take this, start working on it. That's all. So this is the importance of prototyping. So whenever a requirement is given to you, You have to make a prototype and show him, look, this is what I plan to do. And this is only an illustration of how it is going to look, but it's not a virginal model. Of course, it's not so easy to build that passbook entry machine. You have to have sensors for that. You should have laser beams for that, RFIDs for that. So many things are there. So all these things has to be taken into consideration. So these are the different types of models what we have in your software engineering. So we have software development life cycles, which are very important. So in that you have the waterfall model. Okay, you have the rapid application development model. You have the prototyping model, and you have the spiral model. So all this model comes under your engineering. And most importantly, it is governed by project management. Let's not forget. Now we have covered 25% of the portion for today. Now the next assignment for you to gather the requirements. I am going to give you one case study. Before gathering the requirements, I want you to do an assignment. I will tell you what that assignment is. Before that, I just want to know whether you are clear with these concepts. Can one of you in this class of 18 summarize what we have done so far as of now in just 2-3 minutes of time? One of you, can you kindly summarize what we have done within from morning till now, so that it will give me an ample understanding of how should I frame my next course of lecture. So one of you, can you please do that since morning, what we have covered so far? Yes, class, are you there with me?
Yes, sir.
One of you, just another 1-2 minutes, if you can cover it up, summarize it.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So firstly, we will have understood what is the objectives of today's session.
Yeah.
And then the points are like that, which I have mentioned in my notes, like understanding what is the project, introduction to project management, software engineering and its process,
Yes.
overview of HLD and LLD,
Yes.
test cases and requirements like that. And then we have learned about what is the meaning of project problem,
Yes.
project.
Yes.
And then we have elaborate about the project.
Yes.
And then we have learned what is the strategic consideration for projects,
Yes.
like what are the market demands, and then what are the projects we have to make according to the different demands, like
Yes.
market, organization, customer, technology,
Yes.
legal requirements like that.
Yes.
Hmm.
Good. That's all.
Just a second, sir.
Yeah. Anybody can add on to what he said there? Shivam Sharma, are you there?
Yes, sir.
You can add on anything. Shivam, Rishabh, both of you can add on.
So we also have learned about project management
Very good. Okay.
and the process of the software process cycle.
Excellent. Okay.
Yes, sir. And we also learned about the software parts like data structure, documents,
Yes.
and instructions.
Yes.
And after it, we also learned about software engineering, IE.
Okay. Good. So far, I think till here you don't have any doubts. So are you able to understand how we develop software in a real-time environment? You're getting some idea that how it is actually done at the industry?
So can you please tell what is the risk analysis in spiral model?
Risk analysis. Okay. See, risk analysis basically means you are going to identify the potential threats which may come in your project. What could be the potential threats? What is a threat basically? A threat is an unwanted event.
Yes.
See, I'll tell you one threat. You may not have resources available on time. That's one potential threat. Okay, you may not have technology on time. That is one more threat. So when you identify a risk and analyze it, what you're supposed to do next? You just cannot keep it just like that. You have to come out with an methodology on how to basically mitigate that risk. What is the meaning of mitigation? Mitigation basically means you are trying to avoid that particular risk. So
Yes.
always here we have plan B, plan A and plan B. What is plan B? So let's say that you're working on a banking application. What's your name?
So Aman.
Aman. You're working on a banking application, and Aman is a UI designer for this resource. For UI designer, whom I am going to consider as my resource for UI design, who has got 8 years of experience in UI design. Now the risk is, I cannot bind Aman only to walking tree. There is always a risk that Aman may resign this organization and go during the intermediary stage of the project. Agree?
Yes, sir.
You may get an offer somewhere. I cannot say, look, you have to complete this UI design and then only leave. No, the company policy says give 1 month notice and go. Now, I know that Aman's presence in my organization is volatile. That's a risk for me. So what I do, I have one more plan B. In case if Aman resigns, I need to have one more person, Rishabh, ready to take up Aman's role. That is called as analysis and mitigation. Got it?
Yes, sir.
So this is one risk on resource side. I'm just giving you one risk on resource side. There could be risk on technology side also. There could be risk on infrastructure. There could be risk on costing. So you will not believe, we will maintain one register, and that register is called the risk register. One register is maintained. In that risk register, we write down all the risk in that project, and we plan on whether to leave with that particular risk or whether to mitigate that risk. Sometimes, you know, all risk need not be handled. You can just leave with it because it is not going to cause you much effect. But there are certain risks which you have identified may become vital to your project. If that happens, your project will fail. So you have to take that risk on priority and see that you have plan B, plan C for that. That is called as risk mitigation or
Yes.
risk planning, whatever you call it. Clear?
Yes.
Great. So,
And-
yeah.
And sir, one more question. You have told about Six Sigma, and we knew what is a Six Sigma.
Yeah.
And so, if we suppose we have to know that a particular company or what particular industry is working based upon a Six Sigma, then how we will find out that this organization is working based on the Six Sigma process?
They will have certification.
Okay.
Like, for example, you know, they say ISO certified organization.
Yes.
Similarly, it is Six Sigma certified organization. So there will be a body which will basically come to your organization. They will examine your process and your organization is Six Sigma certified.
So
And
they
you
have
have,
mentioned.
they'll mention that, and that certificate is with you, and it will be with your company, and that certificate has to be renewed every year. So they'll come for an audit.
Check whether they are following the rules and regulations.
Very important, because it is not just defining the process. In some organizations, what they do know, they'll simply say they are Six Sigma, but they don't follow.
Yes, sir.
So they come for an audit and they check whether they're following or not.
Right.
You know what Six Sigma process says? You should never even use one single piece of paper in your company. Do you believe this?
Right, sir.
Everything should be automated. If I am a Six Sigma auditor, you know what I will do? I'll enter. I don't enter as an auditor. First of all, I'll come in disguise. I'll come as a layman, and I'll not even tell them that I'm coming for auditing. Simply, I'll walk inside your office. I'll walk inside your I'll go inside. I'll come near your cubicle. If I find any paper in the cubicle which contains vital information about the project, that's it. You will be given one certificate, and that certificate is called as non-conformity certificate. NC we say, non-conformity. So I will raise a non-conformity to you, and you have to explain me why you did that, and you have to close it. If it is a minor non-conformity, agreed. But if it is a lapse of an entire process, then I'll scrap the company certification, only say no longer you can be Six Sigma certified. Got it?
Yes, sir.
I think you will face such things in the future. Don't worry. So these are all certain things, software engineers has to face.
Yes.
So great. So that sets up our playground now, where we are going to the next task, which is very interesting. How to get the requirements. We'll see how you people capture the requirements now. Before doing that, I will give you one small tip, which you have to understand. You have to know two things in English, which already you know. Grammar, I'm going to teach you now. Two grammar things in English. So all of you know what is a noun? What's a noun in English?
Noun is the name of a person, place, animal, or thing.
Noun is a name of a person, place, animal, or a thing. Okay, good. Then what is a verb?
The verb is a doing word.
Verb is
Action
a
words.
action words.
Yes, sir.
Verb is an action word. Okay. Why this noun and verb is coming here now in software engineering?
I don't know.
See. This is where the real, the glitch is. When you are going, see, now you are going to say, forget about bank here. I think that's a bit complicated project. You're all from college, right? All of you are come from college. I think
So,
2 months before you were in college only, no? I think now only you are working.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So let us take a case study on college only now. Okay. Assuming that you people are going to your college to collect the requirements from the college, and you are building one software for your college, full automation of your college, everything, complete automation. After the project is developed and implemented, your college will not have any paperwork at all. Complete automation, total automation, college automation system, CAS, everything. Admission automated, fee collection automated, attendance of students automated, attendance of faculty automated, conduction of exams automated, evaluation of exams automated, preparation of timetable automated, everything automated. Your college comes and talks to walking tree and says, develop an application like this. Now all 18 participants here will go and gather the requirements. Now I want you to gather the requirements. This is all visualization. Now I cannot send you to college to gather the requirements. I want a few of you to play the role of people there. I want few of you to play the role of staff from the walking tree. I want you people to have an interactive discussions among yourself and let others observe how you are gathering the requirements. Now I'll give you one example. People who are representing walking tree, they're all called analyst. Business analyst, we say. Business analyst. What is analyst? Analyzing the problem. Why you are doing the project? Because there's a problem. Your customer, the college come to you and said, hey, we have a problem. What problem, sir? See, all colleges, they have all gone for college automation system. We are the only college in Agra who have not gone. Market demand is there and organization need also is there. Please help us, put us on automation. So he has a problem. He came and explained to you. Then walking tree directors spoke to college. They said that, okay, this is going to cost this much. All those initial things happened. and project charter is signed. See, till there, everything is predetermined. Now, after signing the project charter, now the work begins. What is the first stage? You have to go and get the requirements. So let's say that, Deepak Chaurasia, Deepak Yadav, Gopal Krishna, Hariprit Kaur, and Mohammed Kaif. Just an example. They enter into the college premises. What is that they are supposed to do? See, I told you, nouns and verbs. They should first see where they should walk inside the college, first of all, and they should identify where are the nouns. First, they should see where are the nouns. Who are nouns here? As somebody told me, I don't remember the name. I'm sorry for that. Noun is the name of a person, place, or a, what is it? Something you said?
Things.
There are no animals there, don't worry. We will not consider any animals in your college. Okay, we'll consider person, place, and thing. We'll only consider persons now. So you will go to Department of Computer Science and Engineering. You'll find one faculty there. Immediately you'll say, hey, he's a noun. You'll say it's a noun. Okay, then you'll go and meet him. So what do? Immediately you are going to document in one register, and I'll show you what is that register now. Okay, that you have to document now. This is the register. Can you see this?
Yes, sir. Yes.
This register is called a stakeholder register. What is it called?
Stakeholder.
Stakeholder register. See, it's a very beautiful way of documenting the requirements. So, Mohammed Kaif, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What's the name of your college?
Uttam Institute of Technology and Management.
Okay. So, who is the favorite lecturer there?
Sachin Jindal.
Okay. So, what I do, I put his name here. I'll just simply write it as yes. Okay. The name of that person. He is a lecturer, L. But you don't write like this, huh? Okay, you write his complete name and ensure that you put the college title, project title, sorry, College Automation System. This is the title. Now he has a role, academics. He comes from academic department. He has some contact information. Write down his telephone number. Now you ask, what is his requirement? Mohammed Kaif, understanding what I'm trying to tell you here?
Yes, sir.
Now let's think that Shivan Sharma is on the other side. Shivam Sharma, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Assuming that you are a faculty, okay, you are handling classes for BCA.
Sure.
Now, Mohammed Kaif will come and ask you, can you give me the requirements for college automation system? What do you expect from your side? What functionalities you want from this software?
For
Tell him,
the
tell Kaif. Kaif, are you there in the call?
for the student records,
What is that? Come again. Tell me completely.
sir, for the student records, for their daily present,
Hmm.
I'm sorry, attendance,
Hmm.
and leaving also,
Hmm.
and besides that, also that's all.
Wait. Okay. Something you're telling to Kaif. Mohammed Kaif, are you listening to this?
Yes, sir.
What did you understand?
So his requirement about the student attendance and all, but I think, sir, they want to ask about what is my qualification, what did I have done past.
Is it clear? Was the same requirement told to him?
Yes, sir. But he is elaborating it.
Okay. But there's a communication gap here, correct? So sometimes what you explained may not be picked by him.
Yes, sir.
Correct, na? So
Yes, sir.
now I am remembering something which I want to share with you. Hey, all of you have got access to YouTube there.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll do one thing. You just watch this video, okay? Just hang on. I'll just put you the link on the chat here. Just hang on. Wait. 1 sec. You are authorized to see YouTube. Not a problem.
No, sir. No problem.
Okay. Just type who HU is the new leader of China. Okay, I'm remembering. Yeah, I got it. So this is the just watch this video for a while, all of you. I'll just mute my microphone. I'll not mute my microphone. You just watch this video and tell me what did you understand from this?
The first one.
Yes, Bush and Condi. Can you see that? The new president of China. Can you just get that link?
Okay. Okay.
How do I share this? If you want, I can share this document with you. Is there any means of sharing here? Can I just?
So you can send this file to any individual ID. Then he
Yes.
will share the others.
I'll do that. Ari, will it take time for you to do? I think it's just a matter of. I think you can do it, but faster than me sharing and putting it now.
Yes, sir. So we can do it.
Please fast. And what time is the lunch break, by the way?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
At 2.
Oh my God, you must be feeling hungry, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you finish this template in 4 minutes. Then we'll break for lunch and then we'll come back and do this. Okay.
Okay. Sir.
So is it 1 hour or 45 minutes? Hmm?
So 1 hour.
Can we have a shorter break? Is it possible?
So 50 minutes.
Okay. Okay, you take 1 hour. Okay. That's not a problem. So I just squeeze in somewhere. Okay, I think, okay, we'll break for lunch. It's 2 p.m. now. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Okay, we'll be back at 3. So once we come back at 3, we'll do the small assignment. And then we'll see how to design this, how to design a software for this, convert this into SRS and things like that. Okay, so afternoon session will be interesting. It will be more role plays. So can we catch up at 3 p.m. sharp, all of you? Is it okay?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, done. Have a leisure lunch and come back. Bye.
So, can we leave or can we just mute it?
Don't sign off. Just mute it and go.
Okay. Sir. Okay.
Yeah. So shall we go ahead with that task now? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Have you made that format ready, all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Now what we will do, so we'll start filling this out. Okay, I think we had identified Harpreet Kaur. So Harpreet Kaur, you can start giving the requirements.
Yes, sir.
And Mohammed Kaif, what you can do, you can just share your screen with all of us and you start capturing the requirements as Harpreet gives you. And all of you
Okay,
also can capture the requirements, not an issue. Okay. Good. Neatly done. Okay. So Harpreet, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
First, you give your name.
Harpreet Kaur.
All of you capture accordingly.
Position.
Position, what position you are in?
I'm HOD.
Okay. You don't play HOD role now. You think that you are a lecturer. HOD will make one more person, okay?
Okay, sir. That's
Ah,
Lecture.
yes, role is academics. Forget about that contact information. Just you can write some 9, 10 times 9.
Influence and criteria.
Now you write the requirements. For contact information, leave it blank. No problem. So
yes. So I would expect to maintain an automatic record of my students.
automatic.
A record of students
Uh-huh.
about the subject they are in, their performance, their learning, how progressive they are, how much they are keeping in pace with the subject. All these things I want as a requirement.
So
Automatic.
huh, huh. For that to happen, that means you want to conduct all classes online.
Yes,
Okay. Only when you conduct classes online, then only you can monitor their performance, right?
okay, sir.
So what will be your first requirement?
It will be like mm, there. First of all, it would be recording like their marks, their performance in the subject, any
Correct.
test. Yes, sir.
Agreed. Only thing
Yes.
is, I'm asking you,
Okay.
if I have to monitor the performance in the subject, they have to take classes.
Yes, sir.
How will they take classes? Offline or online?
So I believe these days it is going online and offline both. So I would say three times in a week it would be online and the rest would be offline.
Okay, great.
Yes, mix of that.
So Kaif, did you understand the requirement now?
Online classes according to
First requirement is online classes. Before automatic updation, first requirement is online classes.
online.
To conduct online classes. To conduct so you're okay with this, Harpreet?
Yes, sir.
Then second requirement is
Performance in the subject, on the basis of test which I will conduct.
very good. So that means you want to monitor the performance of the subject, correct? No?
Yes, sir.
For that, you have to conduct online test also.
Yes, sir.
So that require see, this is what I was telling you in the morning, dependency.
Yes.
If
Okay.
you have to conduct, if you want to evaluate the performance of the student, you have to conduct online test. Then only you can monitor the performance. So to
Yes.
online test is also an requirement. So to conduct online test. Next, to monitor the performance.
performance.
To monitor.
Next will be
One sec, Harpreet. Let him finish. To monitor
Monitor performance.
performance of student, of every student. Okay. Good. Next requirement, tell me.
that would be attendance.
Attendance. Great. And that means you want to make online attendance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't write like that, Kaif. Say to take online attendance. Okay.
Next would be how much interactive they are in the session, how good they are in interacting and asking questions and everything.
Probably that
Overall.
that requirement
Yeah,
can
be
be
same.
clubbed in 3 only. You can make it as a sub requirement. Am I getting my point?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you under 3 only we can write say 3.1 under requirement 3. Yes, good. Put a tab there, press a tab, make it 3.1. What did you say, Harpreet? Interactive?
How much interactive they are in the session, attentive, interactive.
In class.
How good they are in asking questions, understanding of the problem based on all these things.
Okay. Okay, enough. So for time constraints, let us limit it till here. Okay.
Yes.
So that's what is that last one you written, Kai, of automatic records? What is that?
Yes.
She told
What is that, Harpreet? Last one.
So I was in the starting. I just said no to make automatic records of students of like I think all these things comes in that.
That one only.
This is the record of students.
Delete it, not required. Okay, now, so totally you have 4 requirements. Okay, now we will come to the expectation column now. One of you, can you tell me what is the difference between requirement and expectation? General English. What is the difference?
Requirement is what we actually need, and expectations what we want from the developers or company who builds our software.
Good. I will tell you more clearly. Expectation is towards performance. Okay, how do I say this? Okay, say, let's say that, see, you're building a car. The customer wants you to build a car. In the car, he says, I want the airbag. You, all of you know what's the airbag, no?
Yes, sir.
He says, I want a airbag. So you build a airbag and give him. But what is the expectation? The expectation is the airbag has to inflate as soon as the car meets with an accident. Got the point? All of you understood this?
Yes, sir.
See, just by satisfying the requirement, it won't help. If the car is fitted with the airbag, the requirement is satisfied, no doubt. But if the car meets with an accident and the airbag inflates after 2 minutes of accident, then no point. What is the idea of having an airbag? To save the life of the passenger. So as soon as the car meets with an impact, the same moment, within microseconds or even milliseconds, the airbag should inflate. That is the expectation. So when you are writing expectations, you have to have some kind of measurement. Always remember, measurement should be there. Now we will see what to write here. We are writing to conduct online classes. This is the requirement. What is the measurement here? How do you measure online classes? Now, I am taking online classes for you. What is the measurement criteria here? What can you measure in this?
So how many hours session was there? And in a week, how many sessions were there? Through this we can monitor. This could be our expectation.
Okay.
at what time he is joining and leaving.
That and all is requirement only. That will be tracked. Measurement here is how many students can concurrently log in at the same time. Correct?
Yes.
So let us say that in Harpreet's class, there are 60 students. So she wants you to develop a platform where minimum 60 students should be able to log in concurrently, or 100 students should be able to log in concurrently. So if your software is only saying only 20 students can log in, after 20 students, the application will become slow. Then it is not a correct expectation. So under the expectation, you can write now, Mohammed Kaif, 100 concurrent logins. That means
Pardon, please.
100 concurrent CON CURRENT concurrent. Are you right? Make it more clear. 100 parallel logins. Make it parallel. 100 parallel logins. Parallel logins.
So one can be like internet connectivity also.
Yes, bandwidth. So if this expectation has to be met, your internet connectivity has to be correct, no?
Yes.
So that is a hidden requirement that is not under your control, Harpreet.
Okay.
Because see, sometimes what will you do if there is no internet connection? It is not you. That is the headache of the ISP, whoever is providing you the internet service provider. So you have to make some assumptions here. See, that assumptions I'll tell you how to do. This 100 parallel logins will be provided if and only if your internet connection is stable. All of you understood this? Understood, all of you?
So this is dependency then.
It is not dependency. It is basically favorable conditions. Favorable conditions. See, I am manufacturing an electric scooter. That is my requirement. And my expectation is the battery backup for my electric scooter should be 80 kilometers per full charge. That means if my battery full charge, it should give me 80 kilometers. So what company will say under test conditions, they say. So what is that under any bike, any vehicle you take, it says, for example, you buy a car, they say it will give me 18 kilometers per liter under test conditions. What is that test conditions? Favorable conditions. Similarly here, you should design a software which can withstand 100 parallel logins, but internet has to support. Your bandwidth has to support. Your server has to support. So these are all favorable conditions. So that you will not mention in the expectation column here. In the expectation column, you will only mention 100, not 100%. It is just 100. No, remove percent. 100 parallel logins. Got it?
Yes.
All of you understood this concept? Class?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
See now, one more requirement Harpreet has given. Classes on, what is that? To conduct online classes and online test. Okay. Harpreet, only if you conduct online test, the requirement is satisfied, or you have to even publish the result.
Yes, sir. But that would come in performance, not to monitor the performance. The test would be a part of it.
Okay, so you want to club it there.
Yes.
Okay. Now to conduct online test also, how many people can take test at the same time? That also you should mention here. Same. 100 students can take the test at the same time, correct? So that also is an expectation criteria here. Test, not session. Okay, full stop. So coming to the performance now. Now, 100 students have taken, assuming that Harpreet, you are a faculty who is handling a subject called Java programming. You have given one test. So all the 100 students have taken up the test and they have submitted the test in the online mode. Now what should happen? A performance report should be generated and sent to you, correct?
Yes.
So how should that performance report be? It should be in the form of an Excel sheet. I'm assuming in that Excel sheet, it should mention roll number, name of the student, and the marks scored by the student in that particular test, correct?
Yes.
And that Excel sheet should reach to you, just be very careful here. The Excel sheet should reach you within 1 minute after the completion of the test. Understood?
Yes.
So you can write performance via an Excel sheet, performance to be captured in an Excel sheet and emailed to the concerned person within in less than 1 minute or within 1 minute, however you call. So this is the expectation. So now see here, observe the expectation column. It is all having numbers, 100, 1 minute. These are all having numbers. So morning I told you, in software engineering, we measure everything. Metrics I told you, no, this measurement is actually the expectation column. So any requirement has to be measured. Whether first you have to see whether the requirement is met or not. Second, you have to see whether the expectation of the requirement is met or not. So expectation of the requirement is only through measurement, what is being specified by the user. So now you understood the difference between requirements and expectation. Remove that 5. We'll keep it short, okay, just for trial and error we're doing. Now we shall see what is influence and what is criteria. Now, Mohammed Kaif, you need to answer this. Harpreet's job is over. So tell me, do you think that all these requirements are essential for college automation system? What do you think?
Uh, 100% login is necessary. Stable internet connection is also necessary. Third, 100 student can give test. Third one is necessary.
Okay.
Yes, all are necessary.
Very good. So let us look it in two angles. Now the entire class can respond. So there is a, the security staff in your college. Okay. There's a security staff in your college. The gatekeeper. He's also a noun, correct? No? I told you have to identify nouns and verbs. So when you go and see a security, he's also a noun. Now, whom do you think has a high influence in this project? Is it The security staff, or is it the Harpreet Kaur? Who has got high influence?
Security staff.
Influence.
Great.
Correct. Harpreet, correct. Harpreet's requirement should be considered on a high priority. Why? Because, see, imagine you are actually creating a college automation system. What is college? College is a place where you deliver knowledge. And who delivers knowledge?
Teachers.
Teachers deliver knowledge. So that means Harpreet has a high influence in this project. The reason, you cannot violate her requirements. You cannot violate her requirements. So whatever she says, you have to consider it. So the influence of Harpreet is very high. So you can just mention there as high. High. And now you come to the criteria. Under criteria, you can mention two things, only two things. One is positive and the second one is negative. I will tell you what is this, positive and negative.
Sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir. In the influence section, can we write other influencers also, like who will have their influence on this project? Like there could be, yeah. Yes, sir.
What did you say? Under influence, what do you want to write?
Sir, there can be like a number of influencers in a project. Like I'm the faculty, I'm the influencer, but there can be like HOD, like who's the head of the class, who want to like take a survey. She can also be an influencer because he wants to track the, like I'm a subject teacher, but there can be someone who is the overall, who tracks the overall performance of a class on the basis of all the subjects. So there can be other influencers also.
Yes.
And apart from that, no.
Yes, very much. But they are different stakeholders. They have to capture it in a different row.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, the roles can be different. Yes, sir. Different
Yes.
stakeholders.
I will come to that. We will do that. It's a very good thought. We'll come to that. Okay.
Yes.
So what I was telling is, you can have under criteria, you can have either positive or negative. So I'll tell you who is a positive stakeholder. The person who will say, I will give thumbs up to the project. The person, I will give a thumbs up. That means I want this project to be implemented. So he is a positive stakeholder. Who is a negative stakeholder? Thumbs down. I don't want this project. They are called negative stakeholders. See, when you go to any organization for collecting the requirements, some people say it is good, you are doing automation good, but some people may oppose it. They say, no, we don't want this. So those who say, who don't want, they don't have any requirements. They're all negative stakeholders. Those who say, yes, we want this to happen, they are all positive stakeholders. I'll give you one simple example. Forget IT. You want to construct a flyover. In that, software professionals are all positive stakeholders. Why? Because their travel time is reduced. Auto drivers, they are all positive stakeholders because they'll save fuel, because traffic congestion is less. Local buses, they are all positive stakeholders because they'll also can take lesser time. But what, can the flyover directly come like that? No. First, you have to clear the land. On that land, there will be so many people who are running businesses. There would be some shops. They are doing their day-to-day business there. So you have to vacate them. They will oppose. They say, no, we are running this business for so many years. Just because you are flyover project, we cannot change our shop. We have to look out for a new business, which may not be possible. So they will oppose. What they will do? They will go to court and they'll bring a stay order. Similarly, there are negative stakeholders in your college automation system also. You have to identify them. We will take that part later. We'll identify who and all are the negative stakeholders of your project. Those who oppose. Now we will only take those who propose, who will say thumbs up to your project. So now, as of now, Harpreet Kaur is a positive stakeholder. Just write positive. Okay, now, Mohammed Kaif, are you there? You're only typing, no?
Yes, sir.
Now, by and large, what you do, you are actually not only talking to Harpreet, to be very clear. What you have to do naturally, Harpreet is actually the lecturer in the Department of Computer Science.
Yes,
You
sir.
only cannot take requirements from her. You have to
Hmm.
go to electronics department also and talk to one more lecturer. Okay, now we will take one more participant. We will take Deepak Yadav. Deepak Yadav, are you there? Deepak,
Yes, sir.
assuming that you are the lecturer of compute electronics department in a college.
Okay.
Now, Mohammed Kaif will come to you and say that he has already gathered certain set of requirements from Harpreet. He will share those requirements with you. He's already sharing the requirements with you. He is
Yes.
asking you, do you want to add something else? Are you okay with it? Is this okay with you?
I want
You-
to add few things.
Huh.
First one is manage. I want a system like to manage the equipments of lab.
Very good. Okay.
Okay.
Huh.
Which are the new equipments are coming to the lab, and what are the old ones
Okay.
which requires to be changed.
Uh-huh. So we'll make it simple, Deepak. We'll call it as inventory management.
Yes.
What you just told is inventory
Yeah,
management.
inventory management.
So Mohammed Kaif, write there as inventory management of lab equipments. Of lab equipments. Okay.
And
Huh.
and a biometric system at the main door of lab.
That comes under attendance only.
No. I mean to identify who come in the lab. If
So
something.
you want a separate attendance system.
Yeah, for the lab only.
Why like that? What is
I
the
want to
necessity? What's the
actually
necessity?
I want to track who comes to the lab. I mean if teacher is not there and someone come there, that's why.
Very good, very good. So instead of biometric, can we have an RFID?
Yeah, it's fine. Only for tracking purpose. It is not like attendance purpose or.
Oh, okay. Only for tracking.
Yeah.
So just write Mohammed Kaif. Don't write RFID there. You should not write. I've just given an example. Student tracking, student movement tracking inside and outside of the lab. I'm putting it more simpler. Student tracking inside/outside the lab. Good. Now come to the expectation column. Now, Deepak, tell me, what will be the
Yes.
expectation for inventory management of lab? What do you mean the expectation? What can be the expectation here?
Firstly, it should be a real time. I mean, real time means whatever changes we made, it should be reflect
In real time.
in real time.
Okay. And the report has to be generated in real time.
Real time.
So write down real time generation of report. REPORT. Okay, good. And student tracking, what is the expectation?
Same thing, sir.
Okay, real time generation of report. Okay, I think that's a common expectation what you are given.
Yes, sir.
Good. So Deepak also is having a high influence in this project. Mention it as high. And criteria is also positive. Great. Now, this is the thing what we are doing. So now what we will do, keep it simple, Mohammed. I think you can just expand the rows later. Now we will make one HOD. Now, who is the next person Mohammed is meeting is, we will talk to one HOD here. Maybe it is Avinash Singh. Avinash, you're there?
Yes, sir.
So you play the role of an HOD. Tell me one thing, Avinash, in a college, is HOD also a lecturer?
Yes, sir.
So do you think all these requirements also come to him?
Yes, sir. All things are necessary, but I want all teachers and lecturers all present or not as like that attendance.
Oh,
We need.
very good. Very excellent requirement. So what you can do, Mohammed Kaif, so you can write down that requirement on status of staff. Status of the staff to be displayed. To be displayed in dashboard. So that means as soon as Avinash comes and logs in and he will see a dashboard, in that dashboard, he'll come to know how many faculties are present today and how many faculties are absent. Something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm also want that the every staff has special features of login IDs like that, and he has to present or on.
I was about to ask you that. Actually, Mohammed should have identified that. Anyway, I'll come to that. Okay, now this login should be there for everybody, irrespective of whoever is accessing that college automation system. Everybody should log in. So it's a common requirement, correct? No?
Yes.
Yes,
So what you can do, Mohammed, go to the first stakeholder, Harpreet Kaur. There in requirement 1, you write login to college automation system as the first requirement before conduct online classes. Enter. Yes. To log in, to provide login to college automation system. Or to provide login to software. Okay, stop there. Avinash, due to time constraint, we will restrict the number of requirements. Okay.
Also, login helps our students, sir.
Students should have logins, correct?
Yes.
But you will not give me the requirement of a student. We'll ask a student what is his requirement. Okay.
Yes.
To be more specific, I'm trying to bring in the real how we do. So for today's assignment, let us stop here, Avinash. Your requirement stops here. Okay. Of course, one more requirement you can take. Probably you want to take feedback of all the faculties online, correct?
Yes.
So write that requirement to collect online feedback of faculties. To collect online feedback of faculties. Full stop. Okay. So now the expectation is, now tell me, Avinash, status of the staff to be displayed in dashboard. What is the expectation? So you want this in real time. For example, morning you saw that attendance is 20. Afternoon, one faculty took leave and went. So immediately it should show 19.
Yes, sir.
Correct, na?
Yes.
So that means real time
Generation report.
Real time updation of report. So under expectation, you write Kaif real time updation of report. of report. And also feedback performance to be generated within 3 seconds. Within 3 seconds. Enough. So Avinash also has got high influence and he is also a positive stakeholder. So no doubt about it, because you are proposing the project. Great. So we have completed gathering. Again, you can, Mohammed, you can go to different HODs and gather the requirements. So that exercise you have to do. So we will take one more last person, one more last noun in a college, principal. So who will play the role of a principal? I think Gopal Krishna, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So Gopal, what do you think? Okay, write down his name. He is the principal of the college. Yeah, and role you can write, contact number and role, it is the same. Gopal Krishna, tell me what is your requirement? Just one simple requirement from the principal's end.
Sir,
Huh.
if I work with principal, so we know the how much percentage of faculties available in a day. It means minimum 70% of the faculty should be in the
Campus.
campus. So we can manage that dynamically of the students' classes.
Why do you want to do that?
Because if we don't, if more than the faculty are on the list, so there is a students' time is wastage, and that scheduling also not be compatible. And we should have the right communication with the head of the each department.
Okay.
So first, I have the requirement to write communication with all the HODs of the campus.
Okay. Now, Mohammed Kaif, did you understand what Gopal Krishna is telling?
Sir, minimum 70% teachers are available on that day, so we can manage their classes.
That is the rule. But how do you convert this into a requirement? That is important here. What is Gopal's expectation here from the software? Is the software has to manage, or how, what exactly he wants? That you probe him, no? You probe him now and ask him. I think anybody can probe Gopal, not only Mohammed Kaif. Anybody can probe. Make that requirement more clear and write it here. Ask him questions. Anuj Kumar, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Anuj, did you understand what Gopal is mentioning?
No, sir.
Ask him then.
Can you mention what you asked?
My requirement dynamic schedule management of the faculties.
Dynamic schedule management.
Scheduling management means our faculty should be pre-inform us to they will be available for us and the next day or not. So now we can manage the schedule of the campus according to that.
Like you want to say that if the particular teacher is absent on the next day, then in place of the teacher, another teacher can be replaced
Yes,
on that particular lecture.
yes.
So it can become only in the attendance, if the particular
It's
teacher
not
can.
attendance. According to attendance, we manage the campus schedule. This automation like that.
Oh, got it.
Okay.
So what he's trying to tell is, suppose if 3 lecturers are going to be absent for tomorrow in computer science department, so those 3 classes he wants to manage by rescheduling it to somebody else, correct, Gopal?
Yes, sir.
So for that, you should have details in terms of leave. So everybody who's going to take leave should inform before.
Yes, sir.
So the requirement would be first the leave management system module must be there. That is the first requirement.
Yes, sir.
So just mention leave management system as one module, one requirement. Sorry, I cannot call it module now. And next is
the branches management.
Yeah.
How many branches we have?
Yes. So you can say branch management.
Yes, sir.
Not branches, branch management. Yes.
And we also have the courses management and registration management in that.
Course management. Okay. Course management and registration management.
Yes, sir.
We can also add the monthly expenses.
Yes, I wanted to suggest that. So you can call it as financial management. Financial management. We'll stop here because the list becomes lengthy, so we don't have much time to cover actually. So now expectation column is to be in real time. All of us know this. So probably it will not be in real time all the time. Okay, we have to make some quantifying criteria. We don't have time to actually write that. We can always assume now it as real time. And influence is high and it is positive. So influence is high and it is a positive stakeholder. Great. Okay. Now, good. Okay. So now you understood how you gather the requirements. Mohammed Kaif, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now what you do, you just stop 1 second. Just hang on, wait. Can you just zoom that a bit? First, go scroll up. Yeah. Now observe one thing here. What are the common features which are available to all the 3 stakeholders here? What are the common features? Common requirements.
Attendance required. And feedback.
So feedback is not common. Feedback is specific.
Monitoring and tracking the students.
Report generation. Real-time report generation.
Is it common?
What the academic report?
Okay, wait.
Yes.
So, 1 second. Mohammed Kaif, stop sharing your screen now. Okay, let me show you something. Let me share my screen. Is the whiteboard visible?
Yes, sir.
See, now I'm going to draw a diagram to make it very easier to you. And this diagram is called UML diagram. What is it called? UML. Any idea what is UML? Okay. What are classes in object-oriented programming? You all know classes, no?
Yes, sir.
What is a class?
Class is it is generally a blueprint of that.
Blueprint of what?
Uh,
What is the difference between a class and an object? Simple, very simple question. Don't make it complicated. Simple answer you give me. What is the difference?
Objects are made through classes.
Objects are made through classes. Accepted. We can say object is an instance of a class. And as he said, class is a blueprint. Or you can say class is a template, whatever you call. Now, if you want to create a class in your project, where are you getting the input from? How do you create a class? There has to be some input from somewhere, no? That input is coming from where? Where is the input for creating a class?
From the memory.
Hey, no. Don't go to implementation part. Now I'll make it very clear to you. Now, how many stakeholders are there, Mohammed Kaif, in your stakeholder register?
4.
4. Any stakeholder you represent like this diagrammatically. I'm very poor in making diagrams. This fellow, what you see, we call him as an actor. What is he called? Actor. So we will take the first actor as faculty. Now, this actor is associated with an action. Understanding what I'm trying to tell you? This actor is associated with an action. So, this is one action. Where is the pen? This is the pen. I think this one. Hold on, wait. Yes. Okay, now this is associated with one action. He is associated with one more action. He is associated with one more action. Okay. Now tell me, Kaif there, what was the first requirement of the faculty? Login, no? Are you there, Kaif? Hello?
sir, his mic is not working. Is there?
He's not responding?
Sir, I think his mic is not working.
Okay, but okay, do you have the document done by him? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Can you just pull the document from him?
Yes, sir. I have seen document.
Okay. So what was the first requirement? Login?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 100 login.
Okay, I'll write the login here. What was the second requirement?
Stable
Conduct online
internet
classes.
connection.
No, that is not. That is the background requirement. Foreground requirement. You tell me. He wanted to handle classes. Something was there, no?
To
Classes.
conduct online classes.
Yes. I'll just mention this as online classes. This is one more requirement. Okay. Next.
Monitor performance.
Online test.
Online test. So we'll just add one more requirement. Online test. Yes.
Monitor performance of the students.
Monitor performance of the students. So this has got connectivity for that. No. So what you
Yes.
can do, you can use this, because I generally don't use Zoom. That is the problem. I'm not getting the tools here. Okay, I think this is the one. Okay. So this and this are related. So you can just write monitor performance. Okay.
And the last is the online attendance.
Online attendance. Okay. So we'll add one more. This is online attendance. Okay. This, what happened? Oh my God. Okay, I'll just try to write it in pen only. What is this? This is an eraser, huh? Where is the pen here? Anybody can identify?
The tool is not showing. And
In your this one tool is not showing, huh?
yes, sir, we are unable to see the tools.
So where we share the pad, I think.
Okay, wait. I think I
Yes.
got it.
Yes.
I think this is the one. Attendance. I'll just make it as attendance. Okay. Right. So now this is, see, this faculty is called as an actor, and login is called as an action. See, actor and a action. This is called as a use case. What is it called? Use case. Now what you do, you identified one more actor. So that actor was HOD, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you know that login functionality, online class, online test, attendance, monitor performance, they're all required by HOD also, correct? Because HOD is also a faculty, no? So I draw one line like this. And specific functionality of HOD is what? What is the specific functionality of a HOD? Somebody told something, you told something, some performance monitoring of faculties, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was that? Read it out to me.
Status of staff to display in the dashboard.
Status. Okay. So I will call it as faculty status. I'm sorry for the handwriting. You have to basically write it properly in your book. Faculty status. This is one additional. And what was the other one?
Online feedback of faculties.
Online feedback. Okay. Now I'll just write this. So I'll just write FB. Don't take it as Facebook. It is feedback. Feedback of faculties. So now what you understand, now we can call this actor as HOD. Great. So now we can understand that HOD is having some properties which are common to faculty, but there are some properties of HOD, or behavior of HOD, which is very specific to him. Which are those behaviors? One is faculty status, and second one is the feedback. Now you have one more actor where we took in the stakeholder register, and that actor was called as a principal, and I'm drawing an arrow like this. So principal had all these things, financial management system. What else he had? So many management systems you said. What are the other things principal had? Can you just let me know?
Leave management system.
Leave management system, very good. LMS. Then
Branch management system.
branch management system, BMS. Okay, so these are all the functionalities of principal. Now, principal can also be a HOD, can also be a faculty. Now, why I wrote this, because this itself helps you to understand the concept of inheritance. Can you tell me where is inheritance here?
Yes.
HOD.
HOD
can access.
HOD to academic.
HOD is derived from faculty and principal is derived from
HOD.
HOD.
HOD. Correct, na?
Yes.
Now you understand how you bring in the concept of inheritance in the requirements gathering stage.
Yes, sir.
So all these things, login, online classes, online tests, they're all behaviors. So that means what? Every actor becomes a class. So there will be a class. There will be a class called faculty. There will be a class called HOD. And there will be a class called principal. So this class would have behaviors. So these are the behaviors: login, online classes, online test. These are the behaviors. So these behaviors are nothing but functions. You have to write functions. Similarly, HOD will have behaviors. Principal will have behaviors. So you are doing multi-level inheritance because there are 3 levels. So this is the faculty level. This is the HOD level. And this is the principal level. Now you can start creating an object. Suppose if I create an object called, say, Arun. If I create an object called Arun of the HOD class, naturally he can access login, he can access online class, he can access online test, he can monitor performance, he can access attendance, he can also get the faculty status, and he can collect the feedback. So that means this method, login, online classes, online test, monitor performance, attendance, can be written only once, and it can be reused by HOD object, principal object, or the faculty object. So whenever you are doing requirements gathering, we generally write this diagram, and this diagram is called as an UML diagram. So UML stands for Unified Modeling Language. And this diagram, what I have shown here, is an example of an use case diagram. Use case. Use case means it is the combination of an actor and an action. So an actor is nothing but a noun, and an action is nothing but a verb. So all actors will become classes, and all actions will become the behavior inside the classes, and you can create the object of the classes. So here faculty is a common noun. It is not a proper noun. It is a common noun, because when I say faculty, there can be number of faculties: Arun, Suresh, Kumar, Raj. They are all different faculties. So Arun, Kumar, Raj, Suresh, they are all objects. So when you are doing the requirements gathering stage, when the requirements are coming to you and when they are putting those requirements, you can document those requirements, one in the stakeholder register, which you have already done. Simultaneously, you can also put it in the form of a UML diagram. So this UML diagram is going to help you in creating a class diagram in the coming stage. Is this clear to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, shall I close this? Have you taken this? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I want you to make a complete, detailed and a neat picture of this, okay? Because I have drawn it haphazardly, because here I'm using mouse. Okay, now, Mohammed Kaif, can you please share that stakeholder register once again?
Okay, sir. Here it is.
See now, we have forgotten negative stakeholders. Now tell me one negative stakeholder in this project. Who will say we don't want this project in your college? Identify one negative stakeholder. Think
Students.
practically. You know, fine.
The stakeholders, the negative stakeholders are supposed to be from the college only.
Yes, yes, because we are interviewing the college, inside the college.
Student.
Why student is a negative stakeholder?
He doesn't want to do test.
Don't think from a student's end.
Sir, the financial department of the college.
Oh, then your project don't get sponsored only.
Yes, so that's because they will think that you are spending extra expenses.
Teacher.
I'll tell you one
If-
thing.
Teacher, if all the thing is monitored, then
No,
lecturer.
just hang on here. Somebody said financial department. Who was that?
Sir, Aman.
Aman, think in this way. Morning I told you. Once the project charter is signed, what does it mean? I told you there is one document called project charter in the morning. You remember?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Only when the project charter is signed, then only you will start with the project. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Requirements gathering is after sign off only, no?
Right, sir.
So that means financial department has given you the approval.
Already given the.
Yes. So you cannot now tell.
Right.
Now, if you tell, you are making a blunder.
Yes.
So I'll give you a hint. What about the substaff, sweepers?
Yes, so they can oppose.
Why? Practically, you think, why will they oppose? Do you think robots will replace sweepers?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, right.
Oh my God, don't build a system where you're going to bring robots in your college. Then, no, don't take it so deep.
No, sir. Robots are like washing machines or like that. The washing the grounds and all the things that are
Actually,
by the sweeper.
everything will be automated, so staff requirement will be less.
So they will lose their jobs.
Yes.
But not for everything.
Few people may lose their jobs.
Yes.
So they will oppose your project. So they are negative stakeholders, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if it is a government organization, see, in your private college, who cares? I will oppose your project. Oppose. Quit. Go. Nobody cares. If it's a government organization, they will have unions or so many other things. So you cannot just simply send him off. So you'll have to provide him an alternative and all those things. So you have to identify positive and negative stakeholders in your project. Very important. You cannot say that my stakeholder register has only positive stakeholders. So negative stakeholders must and should be there in your project. Understood? Okay. So now the stakeholder register is ready. Great. What is next? Now what you have to do from the stakeholder register, you can stop sharing your screen, Kai. Yes, I'll just. So from the stakeholder register, now you are supposed to actually do software requirement analysis. That means you are basically going to create a document called SRS. That is very, very interesting now. SRS. SRS stands for Software Requirement Specification Document. This is the actual document which the developers will use. So what is this SRS documentation? See, In order to understand the SRS documentation, you have to understand the essential model and the implementation model. What is the essential model? Essential model means what is required from the software. That though you have interviewed the stakeholder, he has given you the requirement. This is his expectation. But how do you do it? You just mentioned, conducting online classes. That is a requirement. How do you do it? If you simply say conducting online classes, what does it mean? You have to basically write a software which will enable you to conduct online classes. Something like Zoom. How many features are there in Zoom? You should be able to create a link. You should be able to share the link. You should be able to log in. You should be able to see the participant's name. You should be able to mute the microphone. You should be able to create a whiteboard. Correct, na? So this is the functionality for conducting online classes. Functionality. Functionality means implementation. Problem means requirement. Now, I want to construct a house. That's my requirement. In the house, I want one balcony, 2 bedrooms, 1 room. These are all requirements. But how do you implement it? Now come to functionality. So I should mention how deep I have to dig, what kind of bricks I'm going to use, what is the layout structure, which cement I'm going to use, what will be my roofing technology, what kind of plumbing work I'll use. This is the implementation. So requirement is from the user's perspective. Implementation is from the developer's perspective. As a user, I am not worried about how you are going to develop. That is your headache. See, if I give money to my contractor, he will construct the house and he will give me. I am not worried how he is going to place the brick, where he is going to place, who is going to place. I am not worried. At the end of the day, whatever requirement I gave, it has to be satisfied. That is his headache, to convert that requirement into virtual working model. Similarly here, requirement is given, it is captured in the stakeholder register. Now for every requirement, I have to tell how it is implemented, how it is supposed to be implemented. This combination of requirement and implementation is in SRS. That is called software requirement specification. Okay, let me now give a simple example of how an SRS is going to look like. So now what happens is, now this is my stakeholder register, which you have already done. So this is my stakeholder register. You have captured all the requirements. Great. This is taken as an input in order to create a document called SRS. So what does this document contain? This document will contain the stakeholder name. It will contain the requirement specification. So I'll call this requirement specification as 1.0. Under that, you will have functional specification. Under that, you will have this acceptance criteria. Remember this. So we will try to do this. What is that requirement specification? What is that functional specification? What is that acceptance criteria? We are going to do that in a minute from now. So this document is called as software requirement specification document. And as I mentioned you in the morning, we have to ensure that whatever we do, it has to be correct. Somebody has to tell us that we are doing correctly or not. So there will be a checklist. I told you in the morning, quality process is there. That quality process will guide us and let us know whether we are actually doing SRS properly or not. So once the SRS is done, we should take that checklist with us and see whether our SRS is as per the checklist or not. So if we verify that checklist along with the SRS and everything is perfect, then our SRS will be naturally perfect. No doubt about it. So now we shall see how to do it. So what we can do now is you can okay, one of you can just take this as an voluntarily assignment. So who can do this? Deepak Yadav, you're there? Okay, Deepak, just share your screen. Open the Word document.
Well, sir.
Yeah, open the Word. Yes, okay. Now write the title as SRS. Center it. We'll make it look it beautiful. Center it. Come down. Yeah, make it okay. Make some changes to that. Yes. Go to the. So first you write stakeholder name. So under the stakeholder name, who was the first stakeholder? Faculty. After the stakeholder name, put one colon there. Write it as faculty. Okay, enter. Okay. Now you write RS 1.0. Okay. Now before that stakeholder name, write stakeholder ID before that. Just add one more row there. Good. Stakeholder ID. Make it as 1.0. 01. Okay. 01. Correct. You are right. Okay. Now, great. Now under requirement specification one, after requirement specification 1.0, put a colon. Enter. Now you start with the bulleted points. Take a bullet. So what was the first requirement, Mohammed Kaif, of the faculty? What was the first requirement? I just showed it. Refer my use case diagram also. In the use case diagram, what was the first requirement of the faculty?
To provide login softwares.
Only you write that much, Deepak. Now to provide login screen. Our login screen to be provided. No, you have to write completely. Login access screen to be provided. To be provided. Full stop. Enter. Now you write under this, you write FS 1.0. FS 1.0 colon. Enter. Under this, you put a tab. And what you do is you just indent it. That means it has to come under FS 1.0. So put a bullet here. Just use the right indent. You know what's the right indent? Okay, that's a great thing. Okay. Now tell me, you're all software engineers, right? How do you create a login screen? What technology are going to use?
Yes.
Write down. This is the front end.
Yes.
What about the back end?
Java.
HTML5, no? MySQL, no? Okay, good. Now, one of you tell me. No, keep it. You just write JS. I think it's understandable. Now, one of you tell me, even this login functionality has got 3 layers: user interface layer, business layer, and database layer. Agree?
Yes, sir.
So which technology comes under business layer? Which technology comes under user interface layer? Which technology comes under database layer?
Database layer is MySQL. Java and JavaScript can be used for business layer, and HTML, CSS, and JavaScript can be used for front end layer.
Good. So what you can do, you can write that in brackets. So MySQL within brackets, you can write DL. After MySQL, within brackets, write DL. And whatever you just mentioned, you can put it in the flower braces.
Sorry, sir.
That is same, flower braces. Open a flower brace or a parenthesis. So you can write BL and UI. Only BL, I think. Java is DL and BL. Okay, JavaScript is UI. You can make your own convention, UI. Keep it simple here. I think you done. Is it done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now go to the next line.
Okay.
Come to the next bullet point. Put a bullet point there.
Okay, 1 second, sir.
Finished?
Yes, sir.
Can you draw a prototype for this? How do you draw a prototype? How does a login screen look like? Prototype. So you can draw a simple prototype in hand if you want. So make one screen, give username, one text box, password, one text box.
Can I use Paint?
Yeah, you can, but now there is no time.
Okay.
So just write there prototype for login screen. Yeah, full stop. Enter. Now, in the stakeholder register, what is in the expectation criteria of a login screen? Have you written that in the stakeholder register? Refer the stakeholder register. What is in the expectation criteria of a login screen? Go back, Mohammed Kaif, have you written it? Expectation criteria.
100% parallel logins. 100 parallel logins.
No, that is for taking online classes. For login screen requirement, what is the expectation criteria? I think he has taken very good screenshots. Great. You took screenshots for everything?
A few things, sir.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Did you take a stakeholder register screenshot?
No, sir.
Oh, you missed the main thing. Okay. So, okay, I will ask you a simple question. See, if if you, let us say that you are an end user, you want to log into Facebook. What is your expectation criteria? The moment I give username and password, it should take minimum less than 1 second to log in. Correct, no?
Correct, sir.
Okay, then right here, after inside functional specification, in that bullet, write acceptance criteria. Acceptance criteria. 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 Acceptance criteria, colon, login access should be less than 1 second. should be less than 1 second. Should be less than 1 second. Yeah, remove that. Quite great. So this is your requirement specification 1.0, login screen to be provided, functional specification 1.0. In that, how login screen is implemented. So this has to be mentioned here. All of you understood this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No doubt, no? Okay. Great. So now go to the next requirement, RS 2.0. Requirement specification 2.0 of the same stakeholder. Oh, 1 second. Don't call it 2.0. Call it 1.1. 1 point, because the ID is 1.1. What is the next requirement? To conduct online classes. To conduct online classes. Yes, enter. Now come to FS 1.1. Enter. Now tell me how you are going to implement this functionality. I will ask you one simple question as a project manager. Think that you are a project manager of a company. Do you think designing an online class like Zoom you would prefer, or you would buy a Zoom application and integrate into your software? Which would be more better?
Second one, sir.
Correct, na? This is called as make or buy decision in a project. What is it called?
Make
or buy.
Make or buy.
Do you
Okay.
want to make it or do you want to buy it? If you think buying is more better than making, don't buy, don't make. Why reinvent the wheel? There is a very good saying in English. Why reinvent the wheel? The wheel is already invented. Take on wheel and use it. That's all. That again is under the discretion of your directors. So all of you should sit together in a team, project manager, senior architect, board of directors, float an idea. Sir, if you want to implement requirement specification 1.0 to conduct online classes, so many functionalities are there. This itself will take 6 months to code. And we don't know how it is going to come because we have never done this. So instead of that, why not integrate a third-party application here in our software? Then they will think, yes, we are going to save so much of time. We are going to save so much of money. Okay, go ahead. But it has to be under the approval of a customer. So you have to go to your stakeholder and say, faculty, look, your requirement for online classes, I have accepted it. But what we can do, we can integrate one of these available third-party tool into your application. By doing so, the cost also will be reduced in your project, and the delivery time also will be reduced, and you will get the deliverable much faster. Then the stakeholder will think, what he's making is sense, what he's talking is sense. He says, okay, go ahead, your job is done. So if understanding that if the functionality, if the stakeholder has suggested that, okay, you can integrate a third-party application, then what is the functional specification you can write now to create an API which will integrate your software with Zoom. That's it. Correct?
Correct, sir.
Write it. Make or buy, don't write. I just gave you an example there. Okay.
Okay, sir.
to create an API which integrates Zoom or any other third party into CAS. Just write CAS. CAS is College Automation System. That is the title what we are giving.
Yes. Okay, sir.
This is how you write the functionality.
Okay, sir.
So now you have made requirement specification, functional specification for 2 requirements. What was the third requirement of the faculty? See, in the expectation criteria of online classes, what was the acceptance criteria of online classes? Read that column. Harpreet Kaur had mentioned about the expectation criteria for online classes. What was it? Harpreet, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What was the expectation criteria for online classes?
100%. Sorry, 100 parallel logins.
100 parallel logins. Now you have to ensure that the Zoom will provide you 100 parallel logins.
Yes.
Correct? Are you getting this, catching this point?
Yes.
If Zoom doesn't provide, then you have to find out an alternate which will provide you 100 parallel logins.
Yes.
So that is how you have to satisfy this requirement. So you can write there acceptance criteria, one section you can put, like how you put for FS 1.0. You can write acceptance criteria. Acceptance. You're written there, no, on the top. Just copy and paste it. Acceptance criteria for FS 1.0. Just copy and paste it. Just remove that and say 100 concurrent logins. Yeah, 100 concurrent logins. Yes, great. This is how you start building your
Software.
SRS. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you halt here. Now we will check whatever we have done till here is correct or not through a checklist. Okay. So I will display one checklist with you now. I will share the checklist with you. Then you can start seeing whether your SRS is as per the checklist or not. Now stop sharing your screen. Just give me a minute. I'll open that checklist for you. So is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So read the first serial number. Read the checklist item. Read it. One of you read it.
Are all
One of you, yeah.
are all customer requirements documented
and identified with unique ID?
Have you done it? Deepak, have you done it in the SRS?
Requirement. Yes, sir.
So
To some
only
extent.
2 requirements are met.
Only 2, but okay. Because
Yes.
since we have less time, we will consider only 2 now. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll say yes. Next. Yeah, Harpreet, read the next
Is
requirement.
prioritization of requirements documented?
Deepak, have you done it?
Privatization requirement document. No, sir.
What is prioritization? Tell me. Morning, I was telling you about dependency.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where we have missed in SRS? Something crucial we have missed in prioritization. What is it?
So basically, the prioritization means that what thing which we have to do the first, which we have to give the priority.
Yes. See, if anybody has to log in, they should first sign up. Correct or not?
Yes, sir.
Have you taken the requirement of signing up there?
No, sir.
That is where the priority has gone. Understood?
Yes, sir.
So how the checklist warned you? So your requirement specification 1.0 was login.
Yes, sir.
Before 1.0, the first requirement of the faculty should be sign up.
Yes,
He
sir.
has to sign up by giving his username and password. Then only he can sign in. So now you say no. I'm going to say no.
Is the target environment identified and documented?
One second, I'll come to that. So will be reviewed. So next, is the target environment identified and documented? Have you documented the target environment for functional specification? Almost you are documented, correct? Target environment means what? On what resources you are using to bring that
Okay.
functionality? You have written no HTML.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
CSS.
sir.
So
It is completed.
this
Yes.
so you have done very good. So documented. Yes, Harpreet, go to the next one.
Are the acceptance and performance criteria defined for the requirements?
Yes.
Acceptance you have defined, not performance. They're both the same. Okay. It was now if you think about splitting that, you will get confused. So at this point of time, we will keep acceptance and performance criteria the same. So I'll simply say yes. Okay. Next.
Are requirements related to external, internal interfaces defined?
Tell me in that SRS, where is the requirement for external interface? You go to your stakeholder register. Where is the requirement for external interface? You are talking about biometric device, correct?
Correct, sir.
Is biometric device internal or external?
External, sir. We have to purchase it.
You have to purchase. That is one. Second, you told about Zoom application.
Zoom application. We also need to purchase
You
Zoom,
have to
Zoom
purchase
subscription.
Zoom through subscription. Now, but merely purchasing Zoom and biometric may not help you. See, you simply cannot put a link of Zoom and paste it in your software. No, some data exchange has to happen between Zoom and your application. Correct, na?
Correct, sir.
So that have you defined it? Is what the checklist is asking.
No, sir.
Say no. That's all. So now you have to go and define it.
Okay, sir.
See, your SRS is building.
Are all requirements consistent with each other? Are ambiguities and contradictions, if any, identified and resolved?
What do you mean by ambiguities?
Misunderstanding.
Doubts or misunderstandings or
Correct.
double meaning things.
No,
something like
misunderstanding. Take it as misunderstanding. Okay. What is contradiction?
The contradiction is the thing that the first thing is contradicting or intersecting the second thing. Like
Yes.
that. First it is say,
conflicting opinions.
Yes, right.
See, there are few things in English where there are conflicting opinions. For example, we call them as oxynomers. They say that give me the correct estimate. See that? Give me the correct estimate. Estimate, how can it be correct? Estimate is giving an estimate value. Now, how can it be correct? These are called as conflicting things. You people have the habit of writing emails. Revert back. Do you write that in an email? Revert back to me. Will you write or will you not write? Will you use those words? Revert back?
Yes, sir.
Revert and back are one and the same. Please revert back to me means please back to me. It means like that. It is just please revert, that's all. Don't write please revert back to me. These are
Yes, sir.
conflicting
Revert
words.
and back are same.
Revert and back are same. And one more hilarious sentence in email which all of you use is, please find the attachment. If something has to be found, it has to be lost. You have attached it and you are telling a user to find it. What is there to find? These are called as contradictions. Okay, some things I told you extra today. Actually, it is not part of the curriculum. When writing email, mention that never ever say, please find the attachment. Say that the attached file is, or you have attached the file. That's all. There is nothing to find. If you have to find something, it has to be lost. So nothing is lost here. Okay. So contradictions, if there are any, and ambiguities, if there are any, has it been resolved? So far in the SRS documentation, are there any contradictions? Are there any contradictions? No.
No, sir.
You know where contradictions comes? Harpreet says, I want 100 concurrent logins. One more faculty from a different department says, I want 150 concurrent logins. Contradiction.
Yes,
so now
sir.
you are in a fix whether to give 100 or 150.
150.
At this point, what will you do? You have to resolve it. How do you resolve?
Discuss with them. Tell them what is the problem of giving 150 logins and what are the benefits of 100 logins.
Yes, great. This is called as negotiation. Always remember one thing, students, whatever they say, you cannot implement. Just because customer is the king, people, they say today in business terms, customer is the king, treat him like a king. It doesn't mean whatever he says, you have to follow. You have to sometimes educate him and say, boss, this is not going to work out for you. You have to educate him because he doesn't know. So this is called as negotiation skills. So you have to negotiate sometime. So when you are doing requirements gathering, it is not just accepting what he's telling. Sometimes you may also have to educate and tell, look, this is not going to work this way. If you do like this way, what I am telling, it's going to help you. That is why prototyping model is used. Give him a prototype and say, look, this is going to work this way. He is going to agree to that. Negotiation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Harpreet, go to the 7th one.
Have all assumptions with respect to business, functional, hardware, software, etc. documented?
Yes, accepted. What do you mean by assumptions?
Assuming something.
Test conditions. See, you told now, you were telling about internet bandwidth. Somebody was telling about internet bandwidth. If I have to provide 100 concurrent logins, assumption is I should have minimum this much Mbps of internet. So that has to be documented. These are called as non-functional requirements, hidden requirements we say. What are hidden requirements? Hidden requirements are the requirements which are not given by the customer, but they are important. See, for him, he says that I want, see, I am a customer, I am telling my contractor, I want a 10-floor house. But my contractor only knows that if I want a 10-floor house, what is the amount of steel and iron I require below the foundation? That's a hidden requirement. And he himself knows whether my soil will be able to tolerate that load or not. Assumption is assuming that my soil is good, my soil can actually take that particular load, this requirement can be satisfied. A 10-floor house. That is an assumption. So you have to document this assumption. You take any product today, it will have assumptions under test conditions. Or they say conditions apply wherever you see. They say conditions apply. What is that conditions apply? Assumptions. So now, have you documented that? I have still not documented it, so I'll say no. So which means you have to go back and recheck on all these things. Now, yes.
Have all the affected groups reviewed the requirements?
Great. Who are the affected groups? What do you mean by groups? Just imagine from a development team perspective, you are implementing the login screen. Who and all are required to implement this login screen?
Teachers and students.
Hey, no. Implementation.
Developers.
Very good. Developer. Under developer, UI designer. Correct, no?
Yes.
Test engineer. Project manager. Team lead. Have they gone through these requirements properly? You have to ensure that even the test engineer goes through all the requirement. Why? Because you are happily putting the acceptance criteria, 100 logins, 200 logins, less than 50 seconds, all these things you are putting. But can we test it? Test engineer only has to tell, does he have the facility to test 100 logins? So test engineer will come and put his input and say, hey, this is not possible here. You are telling acceptance criteria is 100. Ultimately, how will I be able to test 100 concurrent logins? I don't have tools for that. So it is important for us to basically bring in all people who are involved in the project to come and look at the SRS first and ask them, is it okay with you? Is it okay with you? Is it okay with you? They say, yeah, okay, fine. Sign off. Everybody will come and put the sign off. I am okay with it. Sign off. See, all these things is engineering. So methodically we are doing. Actually, believe me, I am only telling you 0.5% of project management today. That's all. Still 99.95% is hidden from you. Actually, it's a big methodology and process. I'm just trying to give you an overview because this cannot be taught in a 6 hours class. But I'm trying to somehow give you an idea like what will happen in the development sphere. Okay, great. So now, go ahead with the 10th point, Harpreet.
Are all external dependencies which might affect acceptance tests, such as test data availability, tools, etc., documented?
Yes. Tools for testing. How do you test 100 concurrent logins? Can you bring 100 test engineers, give them 100 laptops, and hold a green flag with you and say, 1, 2, 3, login? Can you do like that? How do you test for 100 concurrent logins? Tell me now. Now, whatever methodology I said, is it feasible to do so? Is it feasible like that? Put 100 test engineers in one room, ask them to log in. You should not tell them to log in. You should keep that username and password ready and keep the mouse pointer exactly in login. Then I'll hold my green flag like this. I'll put down the green flag. Everybody should say sign in. Is that the way to do it?
No.
Then how will you do it? That means if you have to bring 100 test engineers, how much salary you have to pay them? Huh? For that only, you have testing tools. In one system only, I can check 100 concurrent logins by creating virtual environments. We can do that. Like WinRunner, Load Runner, different testing tools are there. So are those tools available with you? If there is availability, has it been documented? Is what that checklist is asking. If you have not documented that, then there is no question, because unless and until you have not documented it, where is the question of acceptance criteria? Then you have to go and procure it. You have to go and procure that particular tool, and then you have to come here to the SRS review checklist, and then you have to say, yes, I have now procured it. Now I am ready for it. So the checklist is warning you in the intermediary stage itself, because if we rectify the things here itself in the intermediary stage, your budget on the project, loss on the project will be minimal. After building the application, everything, then you start thinking, hey, how do I get 100 logins? If you start thinking, at that time you have pumped in a lot of money, and you have to pump some more money to get 100 logins or 100 testing logins, then it is going to be a huge financial loss on your project. That is why I told you checklist plays an important role in ensuring the success of your project. This is what you mean by Six Sigma. It is trying to reduce the number of errors so that your SRS is up to date. It's actually bringing that quality process here so that you don't make any errors in the development stage. Yes, 11th.
Are the requirements feasible and testable?
Can you test all the requirements? Is it feasible and testable? See, I want to test for biometric. Why do you have to test for biometric? Because you know you are bringing that biometric device from some other party. So he would have tested and given you. So it is not feasible for you to test a biometric device in your organization because you don't have that testing methodology for you. So the person who manufactured biometric would have tested it, would have created a test report. You went through that particular test report and you identified this as the best biometric device which can be integrated into my college automation system, and you brought it. As simple as it is. So that means the 11th point says, are the requirements feasible and testable? I say few requirements are feasible and testable and few requirements are not feasible and testable, because I do not have to test it. I have to rely upon the test report of another organization. So they are not feasible and testable. Okay, next.
Are issues affecting validation of the product identified and resolved?
Yes, validation of the product are identified and resolved. So if there are any validation problems, licensing problems, has it been identified and resolved? Not much of importance, just ignore that 12 point. Now the 13th point, yes.
Is the review and approval authority clearly identified for RS and acceptance test?
This is very important. Mark it in red. What do you mean by approval authority? See, you got the requirement from a stakeholder. Great. You did all the exercise. You got the requirement. You made the functionality. You implemented it. Now, once you have implemented, you have to prove that you have implemented. Na? See, your father wants to construct a house. Every member of your family will have their own requirements. So you want your own personal room. Inside your room, you want a gym. I'm just giving an example. So that is a requirement given by you. Your father approved it. He passed on the requirement to the contractor. The contractor implemented that requirement. After implementing the requirement, you have to go and say that, yes, this is what I wanted. You should be satisfied. Your father cannot come and say, okay, this is correct. That means every requirement given should have an approval authority. Who is going to approve that whether this requirement has been satisfied or not? Morning, I told you about justification. Requirement is nothing but objective. So this objective has to be justified. So who is the approval authority for justification? That has to be mentioned, which you have not done here in your SRS. So below the acceptance criteria, you have to put one more section there, and that section says approval authority. And approval authority, you have to put that stakeholder's name. This person is going to approve. So in your, when we are doing testing, when we are doing software testing, then we call this person, whoever you have given in the approval authority, and the test engineer will test it and show it in front of him, and he will take a sign off saying that his requirement has been provided to its functionality. Okay. Next.
For projects involving both software and hardware, are system requirements clearly defined and documented?
Yeah, that is again, whether you are defining the hardware and software external interfaces, I think it is almost matching with the previous checklist items. You can go 15.
Are the duration, effort, and locations for the acceptance testing agreed upon?
Yes, this is very important. Where are you performing the acceptance testing? Whether you will perform in the customer's place or will you perform in your place? You have to identify that. Sometimes you may perform testing in your place and ask the customer to come. See, your place is called production environment. This is where the software was produced. It's called the production environment. From the production environment, it will go to the deployment. It will be deployed. It's live. So now there is no question of, asking the customer to come and check in the production environment, because what we do, initially what we do is before deploying, we'll ask the customer to come and check once, so that after deployment, we don't want to face any problem. So we will tell our customer that please come on this particular date, this particular venue, check all the functions and features. If you give a sign off, then we will move it to from the production, we will move it to the deployment stage. So is that agreed? Duration, how much time it will take? Where is the location? Where are you going to call the customer to show and ask him to test in the production stage? That has to be mentioned in the SRS. Next.
Are security measures related to access, confidentiality of data, validation of data addressed?
Confidentiality of data, validation of data, because we are storing the data in a table. Have we taken enough care so that the data cannot be hacked? There are no SQL injection attacks. So all these things, have we taken care? So these are some 16 points which you have to remember when you are actually writing an software requirement specification. Got it, all of you?
Yes, sir.
Now you tell me, how much is coding in software engineering? What is the effort of coding? Coding is very less. So many things are there apart from coding. See, yes, writing SRS is a laborious job. It's a Herculean job because it's not easy. See, a simple SRS only, we are taking so much time. In a normal project, there will be minimum 2,000, 3,000 stakeholders. Each stakeholder will have minimum 20 requirements. Just imagine the volume now. So 2,000 stakeholders having 20 requirements, 2,000 into 20. And for every requirement, if you have 10 functional specifications, multiply that by 10. Just imagine the volume of SRS. Huge. So SRS documentation will run into pages. It will become like a dictionary. If it is put in hard copy, it will run into pages. So this is one of the most important aspect of your software requirement specification document. Okay. So we understood what is a checklist, and we also understood how exactly we write an SRS. No doubts here, class? Any doubts here so far? Great. See, now that is why you have quality system on the top. Now the checklist, what you saw there, was nothing but an outcome of the quality system. So now you know what project management is. Now you know what project team is. You know what status reports are. I told you about status reports. Everything you track, metrics, everything you measure. You understood the requirements. You understood the functional specification. Now what you do something called as design. So what is that design? We are coming to the last portions of the class today. A meaningful engineering representation of something that is to be built. That's all. So whenever you do a design, you should not have one design. That you should always remember. You should have multiple designs. See, I want to build an API. I want to build an API which will integrate my Zoom online training application with my college automation system. So that's the API what I want to design. You will not design one API, you will design 2-3 APIs. Out of those 3 APIs, you will choose the best. Making those 3 APIs is called as diversification. We call them as diversification. Diversification means having multiple alternatives. Out of those multiple alternatives, I am going to basically select one that is called as convergence. Always remember this. See, it's like you going for a shop, you go for a shopping, you want to buy a cloth, you want to buy a dress for yourself. You don't pick the dress instantaneously, right? So you will go through multiple designs and you will choose the best. So going through multiple designs is called as diversification. Choosing one is called as convergence. Same thing happens in software development also. Who does it? Who will basically select it? That's a question to be asked now. Again, you bring in people from various departments, software engineers, test engineers, architects. All of you will sit in a team and you will brainstorm. We call it as a brainstorming session. Brainstorming session means it's like a heated debate. And finally, you will come to a conclusion. So this is about design. So under design, you have high level design, low level design, and comprehensive design. So what are the designs generally we draw? Under high level designs, you have deployment diagrams. How do you deploy your application? Which server you are going to use? Which component you are going to use? Where are you going to deploy it? That is a deployment diagram. Sometimes you may even have a decision table. I don't know how many of you know what a decision table is. A decision table is basically consisting of decisions and actions. Then you may have data flow diagrams. I'll show you what are data flow diagrams. I think you must have studied data flow diagrams in your college days. You will even have data dictionary. Very, very important, student. Data dictionary will tell you which variable to use. You cannot use your own variable in coding. I don't know how it's happening in your organization, but in major organizations, a coding engineer will not have the flexibility to choose his own variable. Say, for example, you are doing a payrolling application. In a payrolling application, you have to basically accept the value of an employee name. So we have a normal convention saying employee name is taken as EMP name. You decide, but You are not supposed to decide. You have to refer to the data dictionary. In the data dictionary, they will mention employee name is the name of the column. The variable is emp underscore name. The data type is varchar of 2. And it is a not null constraint. Everything would have been defined. So you have to follow that. If it is mentioned as emp underscore name, you have to mention as emp underscore name only. You cannot say emp hyphen name. So data dictionary is given to you. So you have to just refer to the data dictionary and start implementing it. And ER diagram stands for entity relationship diagrams. So these are all high level design. And in low level designs, you have class diagrams, you have schema diagrams, and other diagrams. So there are 2 repetitions of schema diagrams. So this is your high level design and low level design. Now I will show you one small design document. You know all these things. I'll just show you and I'll quickly take you through that before we go to the other aspect. Okay. So let me take that document and I'll share the screen. Yes. Visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Great. This document is called high level design document. See, I have the project code, I have the project name, I have the location, everything is mentioned here. Who is the technical manager, who is the project manager, who is the quality coordinator, who is the customer contact information, everything is here. Header. This is the document as per quality standards. Now you have the revision history. You know what a revision history is. Revision history says first the document version is 1.0. So this is the first document 1.0. Now today it is May 19th. So I'll say 19.5. May 19.5. There is a change. What is the change? The change is customer comes to you and says change of logo. He has changed the logo of his business. So change of logo. What is the reason of change? So he has changed his business change. So what are the affected sections? Screen, report. These are all the affected sections. So now this version becomes 1.1. Why it is called 1.1? Because there is a minor change. Logo change is a minor change. So from 1.0, it became 1.1. See, always version numbers will have major version and minor version. 1 is a major version, 0 is a minor version. Since you brought in a minor change, I have made change from 1.0 to 1.1. Now he will come after 6 months. So then he will come on 1st of January next year, assuming. So he will say description of change. So he will say addition of new module. Addition of new module. Why? Because again there is a change in business. His change in business rule. His business rule has changed. Now you have to release a new module. So you will call that as 2.0. So that means when you look at the high level design document, it is evolutionary. It has evolved over a given period of time. Okay, this you understood. Now, what and all will be there in high level design? You have system objectives, relation to external environment, design considerations, module decomposition, intermodule relationships. It's a big document. I will really have no time to explain you all these things, but I'll try to give an overview. First, you should have an introduction. What you should write in the introduction? In the introduction, you should write background, scope, and objectives. Why are you doing this project? And what are the objectives? Morning, I told you about objectives. High level design should basically contains the objectives, brief objectives of your project, and you should also capture what are the problems the customer is facing. That is why he is going for the project. Problems. What are the problems? He is having strict competition with other colleges. Problem number one. All colleges have gone for computerization. He has not gone. That is one problem. Second problem he is facing is manual system for maintenance of records. So all the records are being maintained manually. Now he does not want any manual maintenance. He wants automated maintenance. So he wants a software to be developed. And third, ambiguity of data. You told me very clearly today, ambiguity means confusion. Sometimes it is also called as anomaly. Let me take one simple example. Let's say a student will join the college. His name is Rahul. He will go and take an admission. Admission department will admit him. They will cut the receipt. Rahul names gets entered in the admission register. Rahul department is computer science and engineering. Great. So he will come to the first semester. In first semester, there are 4 subjects. 4 subjects will be handled by 4 different faculties. 4 faculties will have 4 different attendance registers. So in all the 4 attendance registers, his name will be entered. So now his name is entered 5 times, one in the admission register and one time in 4 attendance registers, 5 times. Unnecessary duplication. Then what happens? He will go and borrow a book in the library. His name gets entered in the library register. Then he will go and stay in a hostel. His name gets entered in the hostel register. Then he will go and register for placements. His name gets entered in the placement register. 7-8 times his name is getting duplicated. Confusion. To make the point more worse, what happens? Rahul quits the college. He quits the college. He is very close to his mathematics lecturer. He says, sir, I am leaving. Bye. Mathematics professor will cut off his name in the attendance register. He will forget to mention that in other departments. So his name is not here in one register. It is there everywhere. Confusion, na? So this is called as anomaly. This is a case of one student. Like that in college, there are thousands of students. Lot of ambiguity of data is there. Imbalance of data. To avoid this, we want to bring in a centralized system, a centralized architecture by building a college automation system. Okay, we have done that. So what is that you are going to write? What and all you are going to cover in college automation system? You write in the form of modules. So I have admission module, academics module, class conduct module. These are all the modules which I am going to cover. And if there is any relation to external environment, I will mention it, whether it is biometric or GPRS, that are also I'll mention. Then I'll write a high level design where how I am integrating it. So how my biometric is talking to my application, cloud server, all these things I'll mention in the high level design. Great. So you are going to make this data flow diagram. This is a data flow diagram called context analysis diagram. This will set a context. See here, all these are stakeholders. Student, faculty, course is not a stakeholder, it's an entity, principal, admin. They're all interacting with the college automation system. Context analysis diagram is a high level design. This will tell me who is interacting with what. Now, student is interacting with the college automation system. So we know that there is an interaction between student and CAS. What within CAS, I don't know. Student is interacting in one module. Which module, I don't know. So context analysis diagram will give me an overall picture of who is interacting with the college automation system. This you have to draw. This is also an example of a high level design. Now I'll break this down. Now you see what happens. You see here, admin is interacting with the college automation system. Here I'm breaking it. How admin is interacting. Inside the college automation system, there is one module called student registration. This is one module. You know what a module is. What is a module in any software? It's a collection of functions. So those functions will be there. Those functionalities has to be imported. So now admin is interacting with the student registration module. He's feeding all the student details. All the student details are being stored in one table. This is how I represent a table. Okay, one line like this. This is a table. And this table is called as a student master table. What is there inside the student master table? You will have columns, roll number, name, all those stuff. So those columns should be there. So that means now you know that admin's interaction is with a module called student registration. It's again a high level design. Similarly, you see faculty is interacting with the login module. You just created a login screen now. How it is interacting? You can see here, faculty will provide name and password. What the login module will do, it will check for that name and password in a table called employee master. If that name and password matches, it will approve or it will not approve. This is the functionality. So design. So you created that functionality. In functionality, you created login screen. You said you are going to use HTML, CSS, all those stuffs you said. Now you are supposed to actually show how it is interacting, what data is passing, what data is coming. So you are basically blowing it still further. So this is one login module. Use case diagram, I told you. This is an example of a use case diagram. Now entity relationship diagram also you draw. Very, very important. I told you that any software will have 3 layers. User interface layer, business layer, database layer. Business layer can be created through use case diagrams. Now your use case diagrams are there. From there you'll create class diagrams. You create a business layer. But where is the input for a database layer? Database layer also should have some input. That input is given from your entity relationship diagram. See, the name itself says entity relationship. What is an entity? You all know what is an entity. Anything which has got a physical existence or a conceptual existence is called as an entity. See, this definition is should be very clear to you. Physical existence, conceptual existence. So in a college, course has a physical existence or a conceptual existence. What do you think? Is course physical or conceptual?
Conceptual.
Excellent. Faculty?
Physical.
Subject?
Conceptual.
Conceptual. Any entity will be identified by attributes. Attributes are nothing but properties. So you have name, one attribute. Course ID, one more attribute. Duration, one more attribute. Subjects will also have attribute, subject ID and name. Now I am setting the relationship between course and the subject. What is that? One course will have n number of subjects. Correct now? Computer science and engineering course, if you take, it will have data structures, Java, Python programming, software engineering, operating systems. Great. Now I am relating subjects with faculty. Relationship is there. One faculty can handle n number of subjects. No doubt about it. And every faculty will have employee number, employee name, department, email ID, qualification, many things are there. This is called as entity relationship diagram. Now, why do you have to do this? Because this entity relationship diagram is going to become an input for you to define the table. You are all very good in creating tables in SQL. You say create table, table name. You give primary key, constraint, not null, foreign key, references. Why you are doing all those things? Because you are doing that because of entity relationship diagram. So your diagram is the base for everything. Got it? So now you have course, you have got duration, you have got customer ID. Just give me a minute. I'm sorry, the dog was barking. Okay. So now this becomes an input for creating your table structure. Okay, great. Now you have to write down this matrix. This is called as traceability matrix. So in the traceability matrix, you write what is the requirement specification, what is the design document. So for every requirement, you have the design document. You also have the functional specification. So when you look at the traceability matrix, you'll be able to identify which requirement came from whom, what is the functionality, and also what is the relevant test case. So this is called as an high level design. You have to draw this. Okay. Now, once you have made a high level design, you have to convert this high level design into a low level design. Very simple. So I will show you how a low level design looks like. Then we shall basically see how it is actually implemented. I'll show you one example of an low level design. So low level design is nothing but a design which will take input as a high level design. That's all. It will take input as an high level design. I'll just show you this now. Okay, now this is my low level design. Now you can see here in this low level design, I am writing this schema diagram. Okay, so now this is one table. This is one more table. Very self-explanatory. So this table is a course table and this table is a subject table. So two tables I have written now. Good. Now, in the entity relationship diagram, I had shown you that course is related to subject. I had drawn like this. So you had a course entity. So there was a relationship and it was related to the subject entity. So now this course was related to subject. What was the relationship? One course had n number of subjects. And this course had some attributes. We saw this. And subjects also had some attributes. Now you see, this course became a table. These attributes became columns. Now, in course table, you had course code, course name, and duration. In subject table, you had subject code, subject name. But I have to show this relationship now. In order to show this relationship, I will add this course code also in the subject table. See, course code is now a common column in both course table and subject table. What is the idea of doing this? I am creating a course 101 computer science and engineering, duration 4 years. Now, what are the subjects? See, I have one subject 1001 software engineering, 1002 DBMS, 4001 strength of materials, 4002 machine drawing. Now 1001, 1002, these two subjects belong to course code 101. What is 101? Computer science and engineering. So one course has multiple subjects. Looks very simple. So why did you bring in this relationship? You brought in this relationship because you had created an entity relationship diagram. But remember, still it is design. I am still in design. I have still not coded it. So how do you code it now? So if you want to code this now, you know how to do it. I'll go to SQL. So I will say create table course, create table course. In the course table, you will give course code. I will give this course code as integer of 3. And this is going to be my primary key, comma. Then I'll say course name This is going to be my varchar of 20, comma, then duration varchar of 20. So this is and semicolon. So this creates my table called course. Now I want subject table. So what I'll do, I'll say create table subject. So in this, I have subject underscore code. This is integer of 3. This is my primary key. Then I'll say subject underscore name. This is varchar of 20. Now I have got course underscore code. This is integer of 3. This will references course underscore code dot. I think it's reverse. I think this you have to say course dot course underscore code. So table name, comma, column name. So this is how you implement it. Simple. So now you came to know how to basically implement this, how to implement this schema diagram into a SQL code. Okay. So once you are done with this, then what do you do next? So next you have other things. See, you have a class diagram. Now a use case diagram became a class diagram. You remember I drew a use case diagram. So you had an actor. This was an actor and this was an action. So now this actor became a class and these action became methods. So which are nothing but behaviors. So you had a class called faculty, you had a class called HOD, okay, and you also had a class called principal. So now you are doing inheritance. Now how do you implement this? So implementation is different in different programming languages. Okay, suppose if you want to implement it in say Python. So how do you implement it in Python? So I'll say class faculty. Then I will define one method, define handle class. Since I'm not writing anything, I will say pass. Okay, so then I will say class HOD, which inherits from faculty. So in this, you will define, say, for example, take feedback. So still I have not identified anything. So logic, I don't know. I will say pass. Then I'll say class principal, which inherits from HOD. This is my class. Then here define leave management system. Then here also I will say pass. So this is my class definition. Then what I can do, these are my classes. So then what I can do, I can basically create an object of faculty class or a HOD class. So I will say Arun is equal to HOD. This is how I create an object in Python. Then using Arun, I can start calling this handle class as well as take feedback, because these two methods can be accessed by Arun. So this is the implementation. So this is called as low-level design. So low-level design is nothing but coding. Now, how much time it took for you to code? Very simple, because everything is ready with you. Your SRS is ready, your design document is ready, everything is ready. The only thing is, in a class, you will have both, behavior as well as properties. So those properties can be set by seeing your ER diagram. So this is how you basically create an low-level design document. So I hope you understood what is a high-level design document and what is a low-level design document, how we draw the class diagram from a use case diagram, and how we draw the use case diagram from the requirements, how we got the requirements from the stakeholder register. See, everything is going back to the stakeholder register. So from there, we got everything and we are developing a software. This is how we develop software in the real-time industry. One last module is left, and that module is called as testing. So I'll just show you one simple testing, and then we shall have a summary. Okay, so let me open that testing for you. So finally, we are moving into the last portion of SDLC, which is called as software testing. I'm going to show you some simple example of, how do you basically write a test case. So that is important because you need to understand how to write a test case, what and all should be there in a test case, and more importantly, what and all kind of testing you want to do. So that has to be documented somewhere. So that has to be shown to you. So let us see that, and then we can formally close. Okay. So we have a software testing document now. So this is my simple testing document. See, this is how I write a test plan. So you have documents for reference here, SRS, HLD, LLD. So these are all the references. And what are the different types of testing I'm going to do? I'm going to write here unit testing, system testing, peak load testing, acceptance testing. These are the different types of testing I'm going to do on my software. It's a plan. See, it is very specific to the project. You can choose whatever kind of testing you want to do. And what are the features you are going to test? That also I'm mentioning here. You can test login functionality. You can test biometric features you are testing. What is important here is this. This is what I wanted to show you. It's called the unit test plan. See, now in the unit test plan, you have some columns. Extremely important. This is the final stage of your software. See, here I have a HLD, LLD sections, and I'm writing a test case, TC001. I am checking the login. See, you had the first requirement of the faculty, login. That you are testing. How do you test? 4 columns: input data, expected behavior, actual behavior, and the status. So in the input data, I'm giving correct username and correct password, and I know what is the expected behavior. If I give the correct username and correct password, expected behavior is it has to log in. You are a test engineer. What happened? You are asking yourself. It logged in. So the test has passed. Great. Now you are testing for wrong username and wrong password. What is the expected behavior? It should not log in. What really happened? It did not log in. If it did not log in, the status has passed. Finally, you are given no username and no password. The expected behavior is it should validate with the error message. So it should say, no, you cannot leave the username and password blank. It should give a error message. But now, expected behavior, it did not give me any error message. So the test did not pass. It failed. Then you cannot keep quiet now. So what you do, you have to report this, saying that, see, the test for login access is failing for the input data, no username and no password. So you have to basically send this code back to the programmer who coded it, so that he has to go revisit that code once again and come out with an correct version. So he will send that code. The code will be taken back to the programmer. The programmer will validate the code once again. and he will rectify the error, whatever error it is there. He will again send back the code to the testing team. So the testing team will now test it and they find that it is correct. So now things are happening well. This is called as software testing. So I am just writing 1, 2, 3, 3 test cases for simple login access. Imagine how many requirements are there, how many modules are there, how many test cases I have to write. And we forgot the acceptance criteria. What is the acceptance criteria given by the user? That login has to happen within 1 second or 2 seconds. So that also has to be tested here. I didn't write that because I didn't pull that acceptance criteria from the SRS documentation, and it has to be written in this case of a test case description. This is called as software testing. Okay. So now when you go back and see this diagram, I think you should be very clear now. So you have the quality systems, you have ISO, CMMI, you have project management, project team, you have umbrella activities. See, you had requirements. You took the requirements, you converted that requirements into functionality, you converted that into design, you converted that into coding. You just saw how coding was done. I just showed you a simple example of an SQL and Python coding. It's a simple example, but it is not as simple as I told you, because I didn't write any functionality there. In reality, you have to write functionality. Then how testing is done. So that actually is the process of how do you actually develop an real-time software. Okay. So this is what I wanted to tell you. As per the objectives I put you in the morning. When you look at the objectives, I wanted to make you understand what is a project. I hope you understood what a project is now, and what project management is all about, and what software engineering is all about, and how do you really write a HLD and LLD documentation? How do you write test cases? And how do you create that HLD and LLD? Okay. So any doubts here, students, so far? Is that clear? I think, did you get an idea of what SDLC is all about?
Yes, sir.
Class, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Great. So actually we didn't break for tea today. Okay, so we'll just have a small break for say 5 minutes. 5:35 to 5:40, not more than that.
Actually, our cafeteria is above the first floor, so it will only take the 5 minutes to go.
You will take 5 minutes to go, and you will take 5 minutes to come.
Yes, sir.
Carry on. No need to break, sir.
No need to break. Then leaving you people, I'm having tea, so don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As one more request, sir, can you please send all these Word files to us?
100%.
Yes,
It's for you. I'll send it to you. I'll hand it over to Sunita madam.
Yeah, right, sir. Right, sir.
She'll send it to you. Okay.
He will send us on the drive.
Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
And I have recorded the entire class for you.
Okay, okay. Thank you,
and
sir.
I'll also upload it on the YouTube.
Okay, sir.
You can
Okay,
also
sir.
share it
Thank
with
you,
your
sir.
friends.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Okay, sir.
The question is, though the subject was theoretical, because there was no coding involved in this subject, did you find it interesting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right there. So now what I want you people to do is, I want one of you to summarize whatever we have done since morning. One of you. Who can do this? In next 5 minutes, summarize. Summarize everything in a nutshell. Who will summarize this? Shall I pick somebody, or will you do it voluntarily? Who can summarize? What happened?
The Harpreet is ready.
Yeah. Yeah, tell me. Who can summarize?
Harpreet.
Arpita? Hey, I am not hearing you properly. Who is that? You just tell me so that I can also be clear.
Actually, the thing is that we don't have the proper notes or picks so that we can explain all the things
Don't,
and
sir.
summarize it.
Yeah, summary is not explaining.
No, sir,
Whatever.
but it's actually we can just see it and just remind it.
Just vomit whatever you have learned. I'm not asking you everything. I know it is not easy to summarize everything. If you ask me to do that now, I'll also not be able to do. But what I'm trying to tell you is the silent points. If you can summarize, it will be good for everybody, and people can add on. See, summary is not only one has to say. You can say a few points. Other can say no. This also was told. So just keep on adding. We'll have this thread running for 5 minutes. Go ahead. And I'll contribute to it. Don't worry. We'll have the thread running. Go ahead. We started with what? We'll take it in that way. What did we start off today? From where?
So we have
From the
started.
project.
What
We
is
started
the
with the
meaning of project?
Project. Correct. Okay. Then.
project management?
Yes. Very good. Then.
project life
Process.
cycle.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Software
Correct.
engineering process.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
SLD and LLD.
That is at the last. Before that?
Project life cycle.
Yes. 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 Project life cycle. That is important. Okay. Then.
Yeah.
Definition of software.
And
Yes.
what is software engineering?
What is software engineering? Correct. Yes. Good.
Yes.
Then.
Software process.
Software process. Can you just tell me what are those 5 layers? If somebody can, anyone remembers, what are
What,
those
sir?
5 layers of software process? I told you 5 layers.
So first one was tools.
Methods,
From top
process,
you are telling.
methods.
Okay. Yes.
quality focus,
Ah,
and another one is tool.
tool. Yeah. Good. And what are the activities?
Method process.
What are the activities in a software process? General activities.
Specification, development, validation, evolution.
Yes. Very good. Now, what is a stakeholder register?
Where we put all the requirements and needs regarding program or website, whatever we designing.
Expectations, influence, criteria, everything.
The requirement, the expectations with according to the client or customer have.
Yes. Yes. And who are the 2 types of stakeholders?
Positive and negative.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Positive and negative. And we also did one small project case study on college automation system where you identified the requirements, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what is the basic thumb rule when you are identifying the requirements? What is the thumb rule? I told you one thumb rule. When you get into the company for capturing the requirements, you should keep 2 things in mind. What is that?
The requirement and expectations.
No. Noun and a verb. Remember that?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Great. Noun and a verb. So once you have made the software requirement specification document, what do you do next?
Output requirement analysis.
Yes, software requirement analysis. So you are going to write SRS, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is SRS? What and all it
What-
contains?
It contains stakeholder name, requirement specification.
which include acceptance criteria and functional specifications.
Functional specification. Okay. And once we write the SRS, we did a review. What was that review called? One review we did. I think Harpreet was reading the points and was explaining that.
It's a checklist item.
Checklist items. Okay. Then after you finalize the SRS, what do you do next?
We should have the high level, low level designs.
High level design and low level
design.
Low level design.
Yes.
Good.
And then we have done the unit test plan.
System, subsystem architecture.
Architecture. Great. Okay.
Then we intermodule relationships.
Intermodule relationships. Fine. So if I want to design a table, what is the input I require? Table in my database, what input I require? Which diagram is used to design a table?
Data flow diagram.
No. Entity relationship diagram.
Entity diagram.
Yes.
Yes.
So ER diagram is a diagram which is taken as an input to design a table. Next, if I want to design a class diagram, what is the input design I require for class diagram? You remember I drew a class diagram. If I want to draw a class diagram, input is taken from what diagram? What is that diagram called? I had one actor, I had one action, actor and action.
UML.
UML is correct. But in that UML, which diagram it is?
Data flow.
No.
Use case diagram.
Use case diagrams.
Yes.
So use case diagrams are very important. See, all this you have to draw in your project, okay? See, don't think you will only directly sit and code like this. You have to draw all these diagrams and then only you'll become comfortable. Then what and all you take care inside testing? What and all you take care inside testing? Okay, tell me what is software testing?
Testing of the lines of the codes and how it is running effectively without any bugs and errors.
Yes. So what and all you basically write in a test case? What do you write inside a test case? You write input data.
Yes, sir. Input data and expected behavior.
And actual behavior.
Actual behavior, right, sir.
Then you're also going to mention whether the test has passed or whether the test has failed.
Yes, sir.
Great. So that's it. So you have summarized it. Last words you have to know. Software engineering is a very big subject. Project management also is a very big subject. This subject cannot be learned by tutoring. Take it from me. Okay, this subject can only be learned only when you have made your entry as a software engineer and you have deep dived into it. So unless and until you make your hands dirty, you cannot, really experience the power of these two subjects. One is software engineering and second one is project management. And whatever concepts you learn today, these concepts are going to come to you handy wherever you go, whichever company you go, it's going to come handy because the concepts are the same. Only thing is here and there slightly, there would be some changes in the process. So further study, what you can do, you can just browse some articles and blogs on how projects are managed in the industry. You can also browse certain blogs on agile programming, scrum programming methodologies and all, because these are all some of the programming paradigms which are actually latest in the industry. Okay, having said that, I have given you two links on your chat box now. One link is my channel itself, my YouTube channel. I have uploaded a lot of videos on software engineering. This is as per the curriculum of BE, BCA, MCA students. Okay, you can also share it with your friends. Comprehensive course on software engineering and how to handle academic projects also has been put in that channel. And also
so channel name is SPTech.
BANG, yes. That link you just click. Yeah, SPTech.
Okay, yes.
And above that, I have put a link as a feedback review for today's class. I want all of you to review this session, not by simply putting stars. I don't want stars there. I want you to put stars, but I want you to add few lines about what you took away from this particular program. Few lines. I would appreciate that. It would require, say, 2 or 3 minutes of your time, nothing more than that. Please stay in and finish that. And when you're writing the review, do mention your name and the company you're working, which is very important, along with your designation. So these two things I would require from your end.
Sure,
so having said that, I draw my session to a close. Now there's nothing from my side. If you want to ask anything from your side, you're open to ask. If opportunity provides in further course, I'll handle few more sessions on technology also for you, but let me see how it actually goes. So any doubts, class, anything you want to ask, even it's apart from the subject also, you can be free to discuss. If I have the sufficient input, I'll be able to manage your questions. All of you are from Agra, is it?
No, sir. Some are from Agra and some are from outside of Agra.
Anytime, any people here in this group have come to Bangalore? Have you visited Bangalore? Any of you? Any of these 16 participants? Have you visited Bangalore any time?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
I visit
Who?
Abhishek.
Abhishek. Where? Which part of Bangalore?
Actually, sir, my father is in the army, so I go Bangalore.
Which part of Bangalore?
Sir, just in a army base camp.
CRPF, huh?
No, sir, army.
Army, okay.
Yes, Indian Army.
There are 3-4 camps. In fact, we train people at Indian Air Force,
Yes.
IAF.
So where the DRDO session is.
Yes, DRDO, correct. Good. So I think you must have visited. And when did you visit last, Abhishek?
I only one time go, sir. Not.
But I haven't visited Agra anytime. So it's high time that I need to visit once.
Yes, sir. Please come.
Certainly, most certain. So let's wind up class. Anything else? So please don't forget to add reviews to this because it's a part of our internal process.
Yes, sir.
If not reviewed, then I will be asked questions on that. So please don't put me in that state. So thank you so much for your time, patience, everything. It was great talking to all of you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, welcome. Only thing is I didn't take introductions with all of you because of time constraint. So I'll just hand it over to Sunita madam now. I think she'll talk to you for 1 or 2 minutes, and then she will formally wind up the session. Just hang on.
Hello.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening.
ma'am.
Good evening. So I hope the session went on well, and all of you were able to understand what exactly is Sdlc, that is
Yes,
Software
ma'am.
Development Life Cycle. It was a brief view of what exactly is Sdlc. Okay. After doing coding for around 10, I think from past 2 weeks, we are doing coding.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
so a slight change, how exactly you can implement the project, and how exactly you need to follow, what is that you need to follow, what sort of documentations, and how to get gather the requirements. So all these things I hope you have learned in today's session. So keeping this in mind, today's session, after our Angular session has been completed, we have 1 week of project work. So during that time, I request all of you to implement all these concepts, whatever you have learned for today, along with your project coding. Okay. So your success in project will be based upon the analysis, how you do. 80% of analysis if you do properly, and 20% is only the coding. So if you are able to understand the analysis, then you'll be able to do the coding properly. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so you will be implementing all these concepts when you are trying to work on the project. So before the project you start, you will do the documentation, and then you'll start your project. Is it clear?
All the documentation we have to do in Word, na?
Yeah, Word only. So you have selected your project titles, correct? So for the same project, which we will be doing at the end of our session, so you will be doing the documentation for that particular project, what you are doing along with your project work. Is it clear?
So you have told that we have to make 2 projects, one is static and other dynamic.
Yeah,
So
only for
both-
dynamic you do it. For static, it is we don't no need. Only for dynamic you do this.
And for both the projects, the title should be same.
It will be better if you can do different one.
Different one, okay.
A simple static project, and the dynamic one. Okay.
We have to make
So the
documentation
dynamic
for-
one, already you have selected what you are supposed to do, and I think most of the outline of it you have already started it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for that, we will try to implement this concepts, whatever you have learned for in today's session. So any other doubts?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, fine. I think sir has shared a link. Please do give the feedback for that, and I'll meet you all in tomorrow's session at 10:30, and we will start. We left HTTP in a part of it, so we shall continue that in tomorrow's session. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay then.
And
Okay
ma'am-
then.
Okay, and ma'am, sir told us that he will send you the links on the files of the Word. So
Okay, fine. I will just you want this today's PPT?
yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay, I'll upload into that shared folder. Okay.
yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Then see you tomorrow at 10:30, and we'll continue with our HTTP methods. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Then bye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.